It is about 3.5 hours past the time I wanted to start streaming tonight. So let's take a quick look here and see if we've got quality options. We do, which is great. I'll be able to take that out, or take out the browser now, and we can load up the game. So I am debating about whether or not I want to cover the reason for the delay. Let me just take a minute here and see stream friendly music only. Ah, crap. So I've noticed there's a weird thing with the streamer friendly music lately. And that's, I noticed that I'm getting demonetization notices on the YouTube videos, and it looks like I can't actually, no, if you live in Denmark, apparently you can't watch these Rebel Galaxy Outlaw videos. Which is weird because the whole point of including the stream friendly music one is to, enable broadcasters to be able to do that stuff. Now I don't monetize my videos, so if you see ads, that's not from me. And please feel free to use an ad blocker if you want to support the channel, by using an affiliate link or just send the money directly. And that's true for every channel. Hey Olaf, how you doing? I'm just starting up the game now. I'm gonna have to rely on you to be my my audio test. I think that was probably a bit loud. But yeah, this is gonna be a shame because I think, okay, this tells me that I should probably make it a little bit. You were here before the stream started. Oh my God, Olaf, I am so sorry. I'm getting the impression that this probably needs to be turned down a little bit. But I'd be interested in sort of the general view about where we're at. It also says limited music. So. Tad loud? Okay. I actually really like this song too, so let's try and put that down a little bit more. How's that as far as game to voice file? Again, I kind of want I'd like the music and the sound to be a bit louder than what I normally do, but not so much that it drowns me out. So this is probably going to be the loudest that the game gets. Is that any better, Olaf? I should probably keep talking while we work it out. It didn't change. Okay. That's interesting, because I put that down, like, in terms of the numerical change that I'm seeing on desktop audio. It's like double, or like two numbers lower. Okay, let's try that again. That has to have changed something. At this point, I'm a little scared that it's too quiet, but hopefully that's way lower. Okay, interesting. So I think OBS might be telling me lies as far as my volume levels. How's that? Hopefully that's not... There's a fine margin? Yeah. How's that? It's probably just tickling the edge of too loud, but I think that might... That sounds good? Awesome, thanks. As you can see, professional broadcasting here, and to the YouTube crowd, I apologize for that. So I want to give a quick account for why I'm late, and Olaf already knows what's going on, so I apologize. So the last couple of weeks have been really, really hard, and it's partly a sleep thing. There's a bunch of personal stuff that's going on, which I don't really want to talk about, or just don't talk about in terms of Twitch. And then, sort of to cap that off, there was the news about not getting a key for Crusader Kings 3, which sounds like a really minor thing. But it is worth remembering, like, that was really the game where I found my voice. That was one of the first ones where a larger publisher gave me a press key for stuff. I have a feeling that might be a sign that it's just generally harder to get stuff from Paradox in the future. And that actually became even a little bit worse, because I did send a follow-up email just to say, hey, I'd like to reiterate my interest and such, and I know the person who does that. I reached out on Twitter, and as soon as I said, I was like, hey, I know you're busy, but would you be able to give... Because, one of the worst things community managers can do is one of these, like, it's really easy to just ask us for keys. Just write X, Y, and Z. Because then when you write X, Y, and Z and you don't get the response, if you don't get a key as a result of that, it's really hard to use that as a feedback mechanism. And I mentioned that. So, I said, it's like, look, I know you're busy. I know there's no obligation for that, but I'd appreciate it if, you could maybe send me a quick email about why this didn't go through. And as soon as that came up, like, the conversation was done. So it just seems to be that, my inclusion in the equation results in me not getting an email back, which is it's disheartening given the fact that I probably put about 5 or 6 years into streaming Crusader Kings. 5 or 6, actually I don't know if I've been streaming 5 or 6 years, but like I've definitely put years into streaming that game. And it was to a point where people were sort of expecting that I would do Crusader Kings 3. And that didn't happen. So, I mean, when you combine that with, health concerns in the terms of, like, lack of sleep, and when you're particularly emotionally fragile after personal issues, to have something like that, that just happens to be another thing that grinds at you. And then, sure enough, there's a few other things that happened over the last couple of weeks to bring that up. But tonight, so I wanted to start at 7, and then I got news that an Amazon package that I ordered was on its way in. Now, I wanted this to be a bit of a surprise, but I'm actually getting the first digital camera I've ever owned that's not in a phone. I've always shot analog, but there was one that was sort of at the quality and price level, and more importantly, it's actually one that emulates a film that I used to really like. It was a slide film that I liked, and Fujifilm canceled it. So it just happened to hit this nice little intersection of being a level of quality that I could live with, and had a couple of features that I thought made it desirable at a price point where, because there was an installment plan for it, I thought I think I can swing this. And what I wanted to do was use that for blog posts, because one of the things that I notice about the blog posts is that when there's an image, people just click on it more. If there's a picture associated, it doesn't even matter what the picture is. If there's a picture over the blog post, people tend to take it up a little bit more. So I don't want to talk too much about money, because like everybody's got their levels. I know there are people who watch here where the amount that I spent on that would be something that would cover their living expenses for a couple of months. So I need to kind of check my complaints a bit on this. But anyways, there was a delay in it arriving. Like, it seemed to have wound up redirected and stuff like that. I got a notification saying that it should be arriving by like 9 in the evening. Get a knock at the door. Within a minute, go check. There's the box waiting for me. Open it up, and the only thing that's in the box is like thermal paper, the stuff that you print receipts on. So I immediately took photos of I took the photos of the box. I immediately called Amazon, because like, this is, to put it in terms, this is about a month's worth of like discretionary spending plus like groceries and stuff like that this thing costs. So like, it's like, I want to deal with this immediately. And the call took an hour. For about 40 minutes, the line seemed to be that I would need to file a police report that it was stolen. And I was really clear with them. It's like, that is not an appropriate use of the police. Like, it's a sealed box with my address on it. There's no possible way that somebody within, the minute it took me to go from, getting dressed to getting to the door, could have switched out such a specific box. But the thing is that I'm now so I've eventually escalated it to a team lead. So just to be clear, the person I was talking with was very, very nice. I don't think they were 100% clear on what I was saying sometimes, but went through that. Eventually escalated it to a team lead. At no point were there raised voices or that. I've worked phones. I know how much that job sucks. And then eventually it got to the point, I think that once the team lead saw the photos, and it was like, no, it's not like a receipt that was in the box. It is a box of receipt paper, that makes it seem like this thing is weighing the weight of a camera. They suddenly the conversations about calling the police were those went away. But I still haven't actually heard. I did ask for a replacement. I'm waiting on them to actually say we are replacing the item, because that's a lot of money for me to be out for some receipt paper. So needless to say, that was another hour spoken for. Again, I appreciate the time that they took on getting that resolved. It's hard for a business to be in the face of something that is expensive like that and have to take someone's word for it that that was what was in the box. But that's e-commerce, right? It's the reason I'm taking the time. One, it's just for me to get this off of my chest. And I've tried not to let a lot of this stuff seep through into the broadcast, because I think it's important to put on a good show as much as I can. Everybody's got their problems, and just because I happen to have the microphone doesn't necessarily mean that I'm the one who should have them listened to. But on the other hand, I'm kind of at the end of my rope a little bit. I really don't know what's going to be happening with the Paradox stuff in the future. I'm going to work with what I've got, but there is going to be a day where if the trend continues, there's going to be a day at which there is no recent material that I have a key for. And Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is a perfect example of a game that I really like. I bought with my own money, and I'm streaming it because I want to stream it. But there's a couple of things I talked about for Crusader Kings, why that's a little harder to do in the case of Crusader Kings, because there's an expectation that I'll be streaming the latest version of the game, and that kind of puts me on a financial treadmill that might have been affordable back before the affiliate program came in, but isn't necessarily one that I think is financially viable in the current regime. But there's also another important thing about that, which is a lot of these worries are in the future. So the lesson out of this too is that, I've gotten it off my chest. I've been able to listen to some music to get me through it. I actually have there's some plans. It's going to be more YouTube specific plans about how I'm going to handle the bad news. And it might actually be something that makes me a better YouTuber in the end. But I wanted to at least get that out. Especially too, there are people behind every broadcast, right? So sometimes that means sharing the bad as long as the good with others. For all of that, whether you're watching on YouTube, especially if you're watching on YouTube, because these intros are really tedious, or if you're coming in to watch the channel, I appreciate you hanging out and dealing with that. Especially now when things are sort of shut down, and I don't see that many people. I broke my isolation to watch Tenet last night, and there were, I guess, maybe 10 people in the theater. I quite enjoyed it, by the way. I don't know if it's a movie to risk your life for, but it's actually the first full IMAX recording that I've watched in an IMAX theater since I had worked professionally in film. I obviously don't now, but I specifically wanted to see that one in IMAX to just see what that looks like. So there are a couple of good things, and of course Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is another good thing. And so I'll fall back on what I want out of games, which is a chance to maybe escape a little bit or take my mind onto other things, and to share a game I really enjoy with you guys. And with that in mind, if you're watching on YouTube now and you're willing to put up with this introduction, I noticed that Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is a little bit like Cultist Simulator in that it has these outsized sort of audiences. It's small by YouTube standards, but it's large by my standards. So if you really like Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, or if you like games like this, don't hesitate to speak up. I really like this game, and I would be really interested in doing even more of these if this is what if this is what the people want. But I have definitely pulled into people's kind of patience a little bit. I actually kind of need to go to the bathroom, but let's get a couple missions in, and then if I still need to go to the bath, I think probably some of it's just like nerves or whatever. I'll take a quick breather after we get a couple missions under our belt. So I kind of want to get my debt to Xander paid. Hey, Paper Dupless, thank you very much. Money always makes me feel better. Love your selection of games. Love your thoughtful approach to them. Rebel Galaxy's part of that, as are the smaller indies you showcase. This is one of the things I really want to get back to. I've got a few smaller indies. I actually have a couple of indies that I think are going to make it big, too, that I want to cover. But there's going to be some more indies coming up sooner rather than later, I think. Thank you, guys. That means a lot. Again, this is not... I hate appeals to sympathy for financial rewards. So, I always got to feel a little... I got to feel a little wary of that, but I appreciate it a lot. Like I said, sometimes people bring up their issues in chat. Other times people don't. But I do want to say that it's not just the question of whether or not you guys are, subbing, donating, doing anything like that. One thing I want to say is the fact you guys are around means a lot. The fact that somebody is listening helps, and that even just comes down to sharing games, right? I'd still do it if it was 0 people. I've done it at 0 people, but it definitely really is nice to be able to be able to appeal to at least a small group of people who like my stuff. Oh, God bless you, that favor Dupless. By the way, everybody actually knows, are you I didn't know you were religious when I say that. It's like, it's just the saying. Congratulations on the new job. If you want to share what the job is, I'd love to hear it. That's great. I really appreciate you sharing some of that. So, all right. I wanted to. So I'm gonna admit a little bit of embarrassment here. I'm noticing on the left-hand side there's a whole bunch of signs as to what activities are available. I've never actually noticed that until this time around. What I am going to do, though, I do want to go to the Derringer system. I don't think we have any economic data. So what I just want to see here, designer, clothes, skag, and bioweapons. Just want to see if there's anything I can pick up on the way. Probably not, because it's, it's a short distance. Like, I assume some of the commodity prices involve, if not a simulation, at least kind of some intuitions over the fact that, like, long haul is, if it's a short run, then the market's gonna reach an equilibrium with people kind of taking the easy money. But what I am going to do is just take a quick look here. So the systems I'm interested in are Sexton, Alabama, and Derringer. Just want to see if there's any cheap little missions I can do in the interim. So lots in Crow's Nest. Rumors of Crow's Nest speculate a Red Devil freighter is making its way through the Alcest Belt. We must prevent its contents from reaching Juarez. That sounds like something I can handle. Miners Devil Guard, Sexton miners are under attack. They require immediate aid. So the fact that both of these are around the same spot, I'm not so sure about strike and protect. I think I can handle a strike. Protect is a little questionable. Average risk strike. Yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. This might be taken on a little bit more than I can handle. Wow, only 9,000 for an average. Okay, well, let's go for it. 5 designated coordinates. Okay. This will get my sea legs back as far as controls and whatnot are concerned. So, what I'm gonna do is hop out into the void and deal with I'll admit, I am rather surprised that more people don't... Oh, hey, we've got Grinder. This is for Outlaw. This is such a pretty game. I guess I should find a fight before,
Craft entering the area. Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
Well, hello there. So what I'm going to be trying to do here is I'm going to resist the urge to use the this is just a personal thing. I'm going to try and resist the urge to use some of the assistants in the sense of like the radial menu for... Okay, I'll give you an example. So I'm going to try to avoid using this. I will still use the direction assistance.
Looks like we're in the clear.
But just more so just to kind of like turn my ship.
Initiating a contraband scan. Do not deviate from your flight path.
Actually, you know what? I'll try and avoid the... So
Contraband scan complete. Move along.
what I'll do is my main focus is going to be not to use the targeting system. It's an option available. Like, this isn't a pride thing or anything like that. I just want to see if I can get the action going a little more by not using it.
Look what wandered into this slaughterhouse.
All right.
Destination reached.
But yeah, basically, I just want to see whether or not I can keep the action going a little bit more by doing it a little bit more like one of the old school. Come on! It's so hard when they're going left to right like that.
I'm out.
All right, he's technically off the playing field, but I'm a little vicious this way.
Inbound.
Okay, we should be able to handle it. Oh, maybe not. Okay, good. So yeah, the big worry I have about this one is that it's not so easy in the moment to identify enemies like this, like the ones who are shooting me. It's a lot easier when you put on the targeting computer. But it's a fun little challenge too.
Missile inbound.
Not good.
Missile evaded.
Okay, I'm gonna just show him the side.
Forward shields down.
Well, try to at least. Where is he?
You're as good as dead.
Missile evaded.
Nice.
Gotcha.
As you can see, I don't mow him down quite as quickly when I'm not using the targeting mode. Nice. All right, so I gotta close the distance on this guy.
I think we're clear.
Right, I don't think we took any hull damage off of that. So I'm just going to try and find the goodies to... Obviously, one of the other ways that I can supplement my expenses or my bounties is picking up whatever... Oh, destroy the contents, my bad. Iron ore isn't exactly worth that much, but anything to fill up the...
From where you should be.
Hostile craft
Bad
entering the
feeling
area.
about this.
Ah, destroying that triggered a
Got here.
an ambush.
Assholes.
I mean, I know I win this joust, so...
Bounty received.
Okay, somebody's still... There we go.
Condensation and process it.
And a secret blend of malt and hops to produce a beer that satisfies exactly the way you need it to. No fuss, no extreme.
Hold full.
You know what? I won't worry too
Red
much
Star
about
beer. Because we all
what's
know,
in the hold.
halfway through the second six-pack, taste just doesn't matter.
That's one of my favorite taglines in the game.
Destination reached. Resources detected.
This has to be one of the scan missions.
Resources detected. Destination reached.
By the way, I'll admit I am really curious what Double Damage is up to, so I don't know if I just don't follow them closely enough. I suspect they're probably working on the console version of this. But one of the things that impresses me the most, there was Rebel Galaxy, which was,
Damn it. Just what
really impressive.
Destination reached.
The other thing, though, is that, like, when you look at the background of, like, the talent behind these games,
Requesting help from anybody in the area.
this is going to be tough. Ah, close. Where are you? Okay, that's got to be enough. I'm also trying to avoid. I tend to crash a lot into.
Would not decline an offer of assistance.
Yeah.
Hold full.
I'm trying not to crash into the debris like I tend to as well. You know, one thing I'm going to say about the automatic, or like the piloting assist. I think we just lost a civilian.
bogey down.
This is why I don't take the protects. I didn't realize there was a protection element to this one. One of the things I'll say for the assist in this is that when you're dealing with like a lower quality controller like I've got, it really helps when the like when mine tends to be a little oversensitive in certain actions. It's not as it's not like an Xbox controller where there's a certain degree of refinement, let's say.
Expected.
So one of the things that I like about it is that it's instead of going out to get a new controller, the developers have kind of given you this little software assist almost to give you.
Destination reached.
Basically, it gives you a button to give you those. Oh, Jesus Christ! Basically, to give you that little bit of nuance that you might be missing from a pricier controller. But yeah, anyway, so I was talking about Double Damage. So I think at least one of the people on the team, if not both, worked on like the original Diablo. And if you take a look at sort of the pedigree, there's some really impressive titles in terms of these are the ones that I always find kind of interesting because it's almost like if you're a fan of Stephen King, there's this fairly well-known case where he published a number of works under the name Richard Bachman. And the idea was sort of to see whether or not his success was a fluke. Was it the fact that his work just happened to be noticed by the right editor, and had it not been noticed or appreciated by that person, he wouldn't enjoy the career that he did? Or is it the case that because ultimately the system works and they're able to realize the talent, and as a consequence, I feel like I'm not effectively steering here.
Don't they play music anymore?
But yeah, so basically the experiment was to see whether or not how much of his success was attributable to talent and how much was being in the right place at the right time. So in some ways, in a lot of smaller game studios or independent game studios, you get to see maybe not the same experiment, but you get to see sort of similar cases. And in the case of Double Damage, you have these people who are clearly quite accomplished as far as design is concerned, making something new. And at least in the case of Rebel Galaxy or Double Damage games, they seem to have had enough success to be able to continue doing what they do. And I mean, let's face it, the games are great. There was another case I was going to take of that. A more, maybe, I don't want to say extreme, but maybe a more large-scale version of this is Embark Studios. So this is after, I think, Patrick Soderlund at EA left as sort of I guess it was vice president of creative. I can't remember his exact title, but formerly, I think he was, if not CEO, at least highly placed at DICE. Had a role in a lot of successes, and maybe less than successes at EA, but certainly a very talented individual by anything that I've seen. And has gone off and founded this studio, Embark Studios. This is now owned by NetEase, I think it was. I think it was a Korean firm that bought them. But they've been posting a bunch of stuff about how they're working a lot with photogrammetry, and they're designing these tools in Rust. Basically a chance to get a lot of high, very talented individuals to work on something maybe a little bit more nimble. They're sharing some of the result. They're actually open sourcing some of those tools, I believe. And they put out this really impressive demo of something that they did in Unreal in a fairly short period of time. I don't think there is an announcement as to what the specific game they're working on is yet. But this is actually one of the things that's particularly rewarding about playing or streaming Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, is to sort of look at, people who, are very successful and well placed by any stretch of the imagination. And for whatever reason, to see them kind of go out and do something either because they're passionate about it or because they haven't been able to find a home for it elsewhere. I mean, I'll admit, too, there's a side of me that wonders how firms like that establish their name. Because I'm sure most of you, when you thought about Rebel Galaxy... Actually, maybe I should take a minute when I'm in port or something like that to find out exactly what the Rebel Galaxy and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw teams worked on. But I think the thing that impresses me so much is, it's easy to look at the success and say, okay, well, yeah, that was obviously going to work. But I'm fascinated at how people like this sort of establish the identity, because I'm pretty sure most people who play Rebel Galaxy don't play it as, from the minds that brought you, the sort of thing that you'll usually see on a lot of movie marketing. A lot of times it's, these are games and these are firms that need to sort of identify themselves independent of any other developer. And clearly the quality speaks for itself, but that doesn't mean that it's a guaranteed sale. I mean, there's lots of we're spoiled for choice and spoiled on prices too. There's a lot of really good games at very affordable prices in the current environment. I gotta get out of there. Anyways, I'll do that. I'll do that research when I'm not fighting. I'm using the not autopilot, but sort of pilot assist a little bit more now.
Resources detected.
I just find it results in a little bit less wasted time. I thought that would have been enough.
Taste of this, buddy.
Mission complete.
Alright. So a bunch of loot that I can pick up.
Resources detected.
Let's go. The other problem about not doing this, or I guess it would have to be the sector map, or local map, is it's a little harder for me to distinguish between points in terms of like which one's fulfilling which mission. But I don't necessarily mind that. I'll just I'll jump to whatever seems to make sense. Although in this case, maybe the closer one. So 47, 76. Yeah, there's the winner. So this one is supposed to be average risk, so this might be
Hope you wrote up a will this morning.
a challenge.
Destination reached.
Doesn't seem to be too many hostiles, though.
Oh, I'm gonna burn you to dust.
Alright, so I'm obviously exposing my tail here. The hope is that I take this guy out quick. There we go. Well, first for everything. I don't know if this is the AI, but I mean they're doing a really smart thing in the sense that a lot of these maneuvers force me to turn my back to one of the hostiles, as it is just because of this the strength of the kinetic weapon. I'm usually able to get them done pretty quickly. You may have noticed this about the about these missions. I tend to I tend to
Have time for this.
I tend to rely on very quick kills, and whenever I get into an extended
Hostile craft inbound.
I gotta get closer. Whenever I get stuck into an extended encounter, that tends to be when I gotta make sure that I'm going on an angle or this guy's gonna eat me alive. Alright, at this point I'm just gonna throw out some ordnance. I might have to pick off its Alright, there's a few more possibilities here. Perfect. Alright. So this is a really specific thing that I'm trying to do here. Obviously there's some turrets that'll make me sad. Oh my god, what are you doing?
Hostile craft entering the area.
Nice. That was a little easier than I thought it was going to be.
Feel free to assist, citizen. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I'm going to desync my reloads, unfortunately. I'm getting a little better at keeping them in the crosshairs when
Hostile craft entering
they're zipping
the
around.
area. Missile inbound.
Spoke too soon.
Damn it.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Actually, here's a question for you guys. Would you be interested in... So, like,
Missile inbound.
the big appeal to me about Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is
Missile evaded.
how it oh Jesus, this is gonna sting. How kind of action oriented it is. But is there a taste for Elite Dangerous in the channel, or is like Rebel Galaxy, is the appeal specific to Rebel Galaxy because it it adds the attitude and the loud music and the efficiency, I guess.
Bounty detected.
I might go for the bounty. We'll see. He's close to dead. Nice.
Bounty detected.
That wasn't so bad.
The Rebel Galaxy nor Elite Dangerous are your favorite viewing games, but are both things you're happy to tune in for if the mood strikes you. Okay, good to know. That's actually funny, so I appreciate you hanging out. If this game isn't your cup of tea, I know I've been pushing Rebel Galaxy a lot lately. I mean, I obviously like the game quite a bit, but I also kind of want to see. So, like, the most progress I've made is actually in the stream mission that I've been doing. All right, let's see what we're up against.
Hey, girl. If you were looking for trouble, you found it.
Yeah, that's a lot of guys.
All right, here we go.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
Time to die.
Okay, I gotta start focusing on targets.
Shields down.
I'm probably gonna have to switch to the targeting mode. Oh God, yes. I'm pretty sure I just killed. Oh, actually, this is gonna be particularly painful. I didn't save, so a lot of this work that I just made is probably about to be. It's probably about to be made irrelevant.
This is gonna go real bad for you.
Systems heavily damaged. Systems
Yeah.
critical. Forward shields down.
Well, that's what I get for trying to show off. Yeah, that is. That says that's an average risk. That is not an easy fight. Oh well. I'll be a little more thoughtful on the next round.
Destination reached.
So not so much into Elite just because of how slow it seems.
What I needed.
Okay, that's good to know.
Gaggle of shitheads.
Like, this is the thing, like,
Disengaged by craft
whenever I played Elite Dangerous, like, where I'm at in Elite Dangerous right now is exploring unknown parts of the galaxy. And it strikes me, like, if I wanted to do, like, a pseudo podcast, that would be okay. And, like, that really wouldn't be about that wouldn't be about Elite Dangerous anymore. That would just be about me having a chat while I do things in Rebel Galaxy. That bark always makes me think that he's about to be destroyed. But it would seem to me that if I'm going to talk about stuff over a game, probably something a little more strategy-oriented is the better call. One thing I am considering, and you know, the real shame is, I was offered a key for the sort of the Frontier pack, you know, the new Civilization 6 DLC, how they're switching that live service model. 2K actually reached out with a key for that. And I sort of thought, I was like, well, you know, there's a lot of Paradox stuff that I'm going to be doing. I'm not entirely sure I'm going to be able to commit that much time to Civ. Well, that equation's changed. And the fact of the matter is that I haven't really done a lot of Civ on this channel since the interview that I did with the classics professor.
Oh, I was hoping some easy prey would wander by.
Destination reached.
So I don't know if there's a... I mean, especially in terms of stuff I can talk over, it seems to me that Civilization probably fits the bill. And that would be a good use of the time. I don't know whether or not I'll be able to call in the request for the key. I know they normally, like, if you want to do a key, you're doing it as part of a larger marketing effort. And so if you're just doing the game sort of solo, long after the initial marketing push, you kind of need to show what value added you're bringing. I mean, let's face it, I'm not going to be moving any more units of the somebody's ripping me up. There we go. I'm not exactly going to be tearing up the charts for Civ 6. I think that's a pretty well-known game at this point.
Hostile craft
Hey,
inbound.
girl. If you were looking for trouble, you found it.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I mean, it's weird to talk about Civ 6 in the context of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, but...
Hell, this is not how...
Shove that up your tailpipe.
I hope that gets it.
Hell, this is a shit
Nice.
show.
I don't think this is the same swarm that did me in last time, but this is not a bad model of how I should handle them.
Damn.
My bad.
I think that's the last of them.
Maybe one thing I should start doing as well is... Oh yeah, these are the container. Okay, actually this is an easy fight. I shouldn't be... I shouldn't be counting this. Oh. Maybe what I'll do when my hull is full, I'll stop by a spaceport to just turn things in.
Looks like
That gives me a nice little chance to get an autosave in too. The other one I did on a Friday that I'd be interested in going back to is Total War Troy. The big problem with those ones is that I feel like those are really well developed. Like, those games have a fairly dedicated audience and a fairly clear preference in terms of what broadcasters they like watching. And it's a little hard for me to know what my role is in terms of adding something new, because obviously for a lot of those games I'm approaching them the first time. And so, you know, seeing some guy stumble over really basic Total War stuff for 3 or 4 hours isn't necessarily the sort of thing that people are looking for. I thought I had a... Oh, there we go. I thought I was firing a missile, but it didn't seem to go off. There we go. I think that's the last of it.
Destination reached.
A couple of other strategy games that I would be interested in covering at some point would be the Amplitude Endless series.
Looking for a green
So
light on
Endless
the dock,
Space,
babe.
Endless Legend. I used to do Dungeon of the Endless. I don't mind going back to that. What was the other one? I don't know. I'm filling time now to unload my stuff. Normally I wouldn't be selling something like the pulp novels, but here I'm just trying to clear out cargo space to deal with the bad guys. Is there gambling? It's been a while since I've gambled.
Let's see here.
There's also a side of me that wants to go and take the Pirate Lord, but if I do that, I'm never gonna wind up finishing the missions I'm on. So. Actually, talking about, oh yeah, I'll do that next time I'm at a starport. I'll look up what double damage worked on before they were double damage. Another thing I'd kind of like to know is what this game looked like before the level of polish
Destination
was
reached.
on.
Resources detected.
Like what this game looked like in development while people were looking at each other and saying is like, did we just waste a whole bunch of time and money on something that isn't working? Because I'm pretty sure, like, even the stuff that I worked on, like in terms of movies, that was like quote unquote good. Like the stuff that if I'm at a party, like you can kind of know how much I want to talk to someone based on how I answer. It's like, what do you do? And I'm like, I'm an economist. If I really don't want to talk to them, I say it's like, I do a specialization in price indices. You know, inflation. I know all about that. If I want to talk to them, I might add that I used to work in the movies. If I really want to talk to them, I'll mention which ones I worked on. But even the quote-unquote good stuff that I worked on, like, it didn't necessarily look like what people fell in love with.
Shields down.
I might be taking too much damage again.
Forward shields down.
I'm just trying to split up the damage a little bit.
Shields down.
I'm burning up over here.
Forward shields down. Missile inbound.
Okay, what I don't get is it seems like all of this damage is coming from one space.
Outlaw breached.
Ugh. It really seemed like, yeah, it's all concentrated on this one side, but I was... there it is.
Shields down. Systems heavily damaged.
Wow.
Systems critical.
All right. But yeah, anyways, there's always that moment where, like, you're wondering whether or not this thing is actually gonna work. Part of the fun is seeing, as far as the production side is concerned, at least. Part of it is knowing what it looked like when you were involved in it, and then seeing what sort of the magic from the other departments turned it into. Okay, I'm going to try Annihilation again. This is one I'm clearly struggling on, so there's one of two things I need to do. I either need to call Richter, or I need to be a little more judicious in my use of the targeting system so that I can pick my targets.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
I wonder if I can blast through. Oh, it's Dodge Trooper, though. If it was just hostiles, I'd try and outrun them. The fact that it's a dodge trooper means that I get a better reputation. So.
Shit.
Ah. The Greel's combat barks always fool me into thinking that they've been destroyed. There we go. A little less ambiguity on that one. Oh wow,
Can't get these bastards off my ass. Some neighborly help sure
if this
would
is a
appreciate it.
Pentecost, I think this is 2 batches of enemies that are in the area. I don't see any reason why the Inviolate would be working with the pirates. Oof.
Shields down.
This day just
That was the autopilot on that one.
up another one. I think that's the last of them.
Not according to the targeting computer.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
I'd like to check out the distress, but I'd rather do missions.
Destination reached.
This ain't your lucky day.
Destination reached.
So I think this was one of the easier fights, if memory serves. Although I am going to use it as a dress rehearsal for
Come on.
I've got you
for the next fight.
Missile inbound. Missile inbound.
Okay, I gotta be careful about the capital ship. I think for now I'm just gonna go after the Mead.
Missile evaded. Craft inbound.
Looks like that's safely in the hole.
Again, the aim here is to try and take as many pieces off the board as I can before... Ugh! Let's just turn around and take them on.
Subspace 171.1.
I'm getting ripped to shreds.
Shields down.
What do I do with this? Let's just head straight into the fosse and take our chances.
Shields down.
You make such a beautiful orange light as we go.
Aft hull breached. Systems heavily damaged.
I don't think that was the one I was struggling on before, but that was an embarrassing loss.
Craft entering the area.
Oh, this is gonna be good. Good.
Destination reached.
Crap!
shreds.
I was really hoping the missile would do more than it did there.
Missile inbound.
Oh man, that
Okay.
just never gets old.
Aft shields down.
I'm already in the middle of the fight, so I'm gonna turn the
Missile evaded.
I'm gonna turn
Aft
the
shields down. Aft hull
oh god damn it.
breached. Systems heavily damaged.
I just screwed up there.
Component heavily
Yeah.
damaged. Systems critical.
Well, I think I'm gonna need to call in some help on this one. I might be able to, like, if I really double down and sort of go into full, like, almost turn-based strategy mode, I could maybe make it work. But at this point, let's. Oh, Richter's unavailable. Well then,
Craft entering the area.
time to earn my pay.
Gonna be fun.
Destination
Look what we
reached.
got here.
Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do here is get some distance between me and the group.
Resources detected.
So the idea here is I want to try and turn them into like this nice long column that I can sort of be taken out one at a time. Each time I do this in the middle of a firefight, I expose my aft, and that's kind of where I get ripped apart.
You need to get topped up.
But I am going to try and harass them a little bit on this.
While you get a nice buzz on. Swing on down to Aunt Tanya's drive-through liquor and ammunition. You won't waste your time. You don't even come through the door. We don't want to see your face anyway. And that's how we
All right, I think I've already got myself a little tied up into the... Okay, good. Let's see what I'm looking at. All right, nope. The majority are still minding their own business. So here I'm, instead of trying to fly in the middle and deal with every single enemy, I'm just going to try and pick them off one by one. Which is probably the smarter thing to do in the first place anyway, but... Who is that out there by their lonesome? Probably not related to the fight, so...
Resources detected.
I really went too far.
Resources detected.
Okay, so that's a capital ship. I want to avoid the destroy. Oh, so the destroyers are. That's why they're all clustered around that. I might have to take the long way around. I think I'm just going to pick a side and focus on that. Okay, looks like I got their attention.
What have we got here?
I mean, if I have to go after the destroyers, I'll go for it, but I'd prefer to take on their comrades. Okay, so hopefully that's gotten enough attention that I'll be able to lead them on a wild goose chase again. Oh, nope, they're already flying out to meet me, so let's take advantage of the distance.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
Missile away. Shit.
Oh, another game that just got a recent update that I'm really looking forward to working with. Industries of Titan. It's actually gotten several updates, but the timings didn't quite work out for some of those other ones. I will definitely be doing more Titan and fairly soon.
Missile evaded.
Juno, what are you, blind?
So the app's a little ropey, but... played Crypt of the Necrodancer competitively for a while, but Titan's utterly off your radar for some reason. I mean, it's still in an early access phase, right? And it's a very different game from what I thought it was when it first came out. So I was under the impression that it was kind of doing to city builders what sort of Into the Breach did for turn-based strategy like XCOM. But it looks like that was just a reflection of the state of the game when it first released into early access. It looks like they're intending to make it sort of a full-on simulation like, Dwarf Fortress, Factorio, Satisfactory, that sort of stuff, which is equally exciting. I think Brace Yourself is a really interesting developer, and I have not had the pleasure of meeting Ryan Clark, but the impression I get from the presentations that he gives is that he's a very thoughtful and seemingly quite open in terms of his advice, which is a nice feature. And I'll admit, like, when you're following, you're following something like Crypt of the Necrodancer with Cadence of Hyrule, and then an exclusive like Industries of Titan. I was kind of not expecting to get a key for Industries of Titan. I was very pleasantly surprised that I did. And so again, I always like to. I always try to, do right by people who take a chance on smaller content creators. And I like the fact that, Brace Yourself is supportive on that front. Okay, that paid off. I'm still going to get raked across the back, but I'm trying to do the same trick that I did with the last capital ship. The catch is that there's two of them, so if I let one get behind me, it lets them rip apart my aft again. Great. Okay, so I'm going to get the hell out of here first. So of course, going against a capital ship, I kind of need to take advantage of my agility more than anything else.
Inbound.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sort of spin. They can hit me on the front all they want. Okay, now I punch the gas forward, and the only thing that can hit me... Oh, I waited too late. They're able to turn around. But basically, this is a nice little way that I can distribute the damage I'm taking, while still stopping them from being able to do the maximum damage possible. There we go. So as you can see, most of the stuff that's damaging me is, or that was damaging me, is kind of taken out while I'm doing these runs. So I don't know, I'm actually leaning to to try and avoid the ship. There we go. Alright, that was fun. I don't know if that was exciting to watch, because obviously I relied a lot on maneuver, but obviously games like this aren't fun if you know that you're going to win every encounter you run into.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal. Resources detected.
Phantom Brigade's another one that might not be on your radar, Paper Dupless, but it's one I'm really interested in following up on. Okay. That's interesting, so I guess it doesn't count as me having properly explored that area yet.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity. Resources detected.
I hope you got insurance.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
right, what else are we looking at here for missions? If it's remote patrol, I'm willing to do it. If it's one of the combat missions, I think I should turn in at a station.
Destination reached. Resources detected.
All right.
Mission complete.
So just as a precaution, we'll stop by Crow's Nest. This is just so I don't have to redo all that combat and such if I make another stupid tactical choice.
Destination reached.
It also gives me a chance to do a little research. You know, it's been about an hour. I'm sorry to take a break, but I actually think it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to do a quick bathroom break and then take a look and see if I can find out what's going on with the creators of Rebel Galaxy. See if I can find out some of the stuff that they used to work on. But because I don't want you to be left without good music, I'm going to go to the bar. Actually, first I'm going to sell the commodities. I'm going to go to the bar so you can have some good music to listen to. Yeah, so I'm going to take... it might be a little bit longer than the under a minute I try to leave this, but I'm going to take a minute to refill my water, do a little research, get myself set up for the long haul on this game. If you guys haven't had a break or if you've been sitting for a long time, I encourage you to get up and stretch and just otherwise take care of yourself. But then we'll be back for some more Rebel Galaxy in just a quick moment. Alright, I appreciate you guys bearing with me. It's probably been a slower start than I think some people might want. I didn't get a chance to look up Double Damage though, so I'm going to take a quick look at that right here. Double Damage Games. So these are the developers who made this game. I'm also going to take a quick minute to be mercenary and put out that affiliate link. So for those of you who are thinking of picking this game up, if you use that affiliate link or if you type in System Chalk checkout, if you're buying on the Epic Store, a portion of the proceeds do go towards me. If you want to buy it on Humble, I do have a Humble link as well that's available down below on the profile, but that's really more you know, that's more if you're already making a purchase. I really don't like the idea of people using an affiliate link specifically to support a content creator. Obviously, the more directly you send something, the better it is for everyone. There's fewer intermediaries. Okay. This is weird. I used to be able to find a whole bunch of information on Double Damage on like Wikipedia and such. Ah, yes, it was Torchlight. Okay, here we go. Travis Baldry and Eric Schaefer. This is Polygon. Travis Baldry and Eric Schaefer know what it takes to bring successful games to market. You might say they become pretty good at it. Schaefer co-founded Blizzard North, and he was a pivotal part in creating the Diablo series. Later, he co-founded Flagship Studios in order to make Hellgate London. Baldry created Fate, and when he went to Flagship, had a hand in building Mythos. Later, the pair teamed up to found Runic Games, where they gave birth to the successful Torchlight series. I actually really enjoyed Torchlight. I don't think I ever finished Torchlight 2. And come to think of it, that used Ogre as well. So they definitely have it seems like they've got a fairly clear idea about how to build sort of an infrastructure to make some pretty high quality stuff at what feels like a fairly rapid pace. But after those successes, Baldry and Schaefer say that they also know what it's like to be in a rut. They've each spent a long time making games, specifically action role-playing games. Cumulatively, they've been at it for close to 30 years, pile on all the responsibilities of running a company, of being responsible for hundreds of people, and they say that after a while it all became too much of a grind. They needed to make a change, and the only way they found they could do that was by hitting the eject button. In March, they left Runic, launched themselves into the black of space, and never looked back. Their new company is called Double Damage Games, and the result of their work is now... Their work, now ready to show for the first time, is called Rebel Galaxy. This is obviously an older one. This is October 2014 by Charlie Hall, at Charlie Hall, writing for Polygon at the time. But yeah, I did not appreciate how much action role-playing was part of their background. I think I kind of understand this idea of being like a space western where you're kind of going out on your own doing whatever you want, why that's probably such an appealing fantasy. By the way, Olaf, I noticed that the ship launch was hitting those higher levels. Did I screw up the audio levels again, or? Alright, this is... I'll do Annihilation first, because that was the one I struggled with.
This ain't gonna go well for you.
Destination reached.
This is suspiciously empty. Whoa.
Shit.
Maybe it was there were multiple targets? Seemed fine? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a better way of finding those levels. I used to rely on so I used to have a decibel number in the mixer on OBS, but I noticed that different games sort of had different levels. So then I was relying on the reporting on sort of the monitor that it would give me, and it looks like it doesn't actually correspond with what people are hearing. This is another song I have a penchant
Put
to...
some more marks on the kill board.
Oh, okay.
Destination reached.
I'm gonna try and blast past the capital ship.
Hostile craft inbound.
Yeah, so this is definitely a song that I have a penchant to sing along with when playing privately.
It's the cops.
Craft inbound.
I don't know why I'd be scared about the
Getting ripped to
cops.
bits. Somebody help.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, so I'm getting kind of paranoid about using the targeting system, but clearly...
Yes. See how this suits you.
Hostile craft entering the area.
Get out of there.
Gotcha.
Missile inbound.
Dusted.
Bounty received.
We would not decline an offer of assistance.
Missile inbound.
No.
Hostile craft inbound.
You will regret that.
Missile inbound. Bounty received.
Oh man, I'm not dying today.
Objective
I think
complete.
that's the last of them.
I bet I don't get any reputation with cops for that, though. So we'll pick up whatever we can that's not contraband, given that there's another... There we go.
Here we are initiating a contraband scan. Do not deviate from your flight path.
Now would be a particularly bad time for me
Contraband
to...
detected. Proceed.
The funny thing is, I think the way that the AI works in
Hostile
this...
craft entering the area.
Whoa! That could have been bad.
Resources
I believe
detected.
if I pick up contraband in front of the police, they won't care. It's only if I have it on my ship when they initiate the scan.
Gotcha.
Hold full.
Okay, so there is another... Yeah, there's another mission for me to check out, but I do have full hold, so back to Crow's Nest. I haven't done the Jackal that much, so I hope you guys are like electronic.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
As with everything, if a particular channel is driving you up the wall, please do not hesitate to say, could we change it? I like the classical and the
Your assistance would be appreciated,
and the
citizen.
big band channels, but that doesn't that doesn't mean that I need to impose that on the chat. I can listen to that on my own time. Hopefully this gets me friendly relations with Dodge Patrol. Getting some kind of rep.
I seem to be in a bit of trouble. I sure could use your help.
don't think we got any reward for helping out the civilian, but we did get
Destination reached.
brownie points. Oddly enough, I've never been able. I've always been caught for contraband when the scan happens. I don't ever believe my reputation has saved me on that, but I don't know. It's a nice thing to do. I'm the nice pirate. Not even really a pirate. Once I finish the mission, as kind of, I guess I mentioned this when I was picking him up, I was a little worried that I took on too much. I think that is a... What am I doing? I think that was a pretty fair assessment, because clearly we've been working on these for a while. But I believe there's only one more encounter for me to work with, so... now, given that the previous one was so straightforward, I have a suspicion that the last Annihilation mission that I'm up on is going to be a difficult one. I want to dodge the station just in case I dock again. That's actually the one minor gripe I have with the game, is that there are times when your destination will be on the other side of a station, and you wind up redocking when you actually intended to fly towards a target.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity. Resources detected.
Okay, I think we just need to... Yeah. Nothing dramatic.
Hey girl, if you were looking for trouble.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the same thing that I've been struggling with. Although... So there's a frigate. Alright, well no point...
You found it.
No point risking...
Destination reached.
Risking a good thing. I'm gonna...
I'll burn you to cinders.
Alright. So they've got the range. This isn't the perfect division, but... Alright. I think I made a mistake here.
Missile evaded. Forward shields down.
The hope here is that I'm going to be able to buy some time on my aft. I might have misjudged what their range was, though.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
Right now, I just want to be really careful about
Aft shields down.
about my shields and where I'm.
Only the cleverest must survive.
Okay, good.
Missile inbound.
I've taken some hits to the shields, but nothing I can't recover from yet. Oh crap! I almost just dropped my shields. Okay. So that's at least the first wave dealt with. We still have a frigate to deal with, plus whatever escorts it has, but we haven't taken too much armor damage. We're gonna have to pay for repairs next time we wind up in port. Oof.
I think that's the last of them.
Okay. There's actually a few more than I thought there would be.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, I'm just taking a minute here to see where we're at.
Fret, little one. This will all be over soon.
Okay, so the thing that sucked about that one is I did all the damage to the front of the ship, and I know I'm going to be behind it for the rest of the time. Oh, never mind. I was really lucky he took a wide turn like that. think this mead was... Yeah.
Missile inbound.
I want to try and shoot that out of the air, but nope. And I paid for that with my shields.
What are you, blind?
Okay, so I gotta be careful about the front shields, but again, if I can drain it and protect the aft for while I finish the job, I can work with that. Okay, good. You'll notice a lot of this is really just about making sure that the time where the majority of damage is basically, I've got 4 quadrants where I can take damage, and I want to make sure that the time where that damage is being put to a given quadrant is not minimized, but basically it runs as long as I can sustain it, and not a second longer. That's why I sometimes switch from speed to shields, just because if I'm in the middle of the firefight, I know that I'm not going to be able to hit the engines and escape. That guy's too far away, so let's deal with this mead. Good. Still have the capital ship to worry about, but let's get his escort dealt with. Okay. Unfortunately, that was to the side. Well, you know what? No. I was hoping we might be able to hit him on the side, but I think we're going to be on their tail.
Come on, Juno.
Okay. So we're going to do a very familiar maneuver. Was a little, again, I overshot, and I'm probably gonna have to deal with these turrets.
Has it all, friends. 124.3.
I mean, there's a side of me that really wants to see whether or not I can't take him on head on. There we go.
Never left but dust.
Well, that's a very welcome development. I don't think I want to get any of the contraband. I am taking a bit of a risk here because I believe as far as missions are concerned, yeah, we've got everything that we need. So I probably should just go to a spaceport and get the autosave, but I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna go into the jump gate and check out the station in the next system.
Look what wandered into the slaughterhouse.
Ah, God damn it. Just what I needed.
Oh no, man. I'm not dying today.
Come on.
Again, we won't take contraband just because it's a little dicey. If you're wondering why I I move everything back before
Disengaged by distress signal.
before maxing the engines. It's just if you so if I were to do shields, it's finer grained adjustments when you've already got a change. If you reset it to the main one, you kind of adjust them by, I think, 25% each time. This, so in this case, it's like basically it's 1, 2, 3 as opposed to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the other hand, like, actually, the 3 really is a lot easier, but if you really like pushing buttons, you can manage it, I suppose.
Destination reached.
I'm getting ripped to bits. Somebody help.
I didn't realize I was on a mission. Good lord. I think I'm gonna reset the power. Taking a little too much damage, mostly from me just crashing into stuff, but I do need those shields to come back. Okay, so I'm going to ignore the damage I'm taking here in the name of saving something and taking out a Barghast. There we go. Now I can turn around and have a bit of revenge. Actually, this guy is low on shields, so he should be... Oh, and it's another Barghast. Good God, these guys are tough to hit. There we go.
They're tearing me up out here. I could use a hand.
Gotta be careful I don't hit the ship behind it. You're in big trouble as soon as I reload.
My ass out of the fire. Here's something for your trouble.
Alright, looks like this is free game.
What's that musk? Rich. Sensuous. Aha. That's the fragrance of Belger cologne. An irresistible cocktail of testosterone.
We only have 3 left, so
penniless desperation.
Detected Valuables is really tempting to follow up on, but I just don't have the cargo space for it. I'll leave it be for now.
Aroma of simmering stupid commercials.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Sure, why not?
Destination reached.
I seem to be in a bit of trouble. I sure could use your help.
This might be an ambush. Yep.
Ah, she fell for it. Get her!
Crap, it's a setup.
Hostile craft inbound. Bounty received.
Oh, that's it for you. What?
Okay, that's not what's hitting me.
Missile inbound.
I don't think I can shoot that one.
Bounty received.
Okay, that's a lot of guys. I need to smarten up on my management and on my targeting.
Oh, nailed, girl.
Okay, we've got a fighter. Alright, it's all fighters. I'll try and take on the 2, just because if I turn my back on the duo, then they're gonna have 2 sets of fairly rapid-fire weapons.
Missile
taken out my aft.
Shit. Got it.
Full.
Good. Great. All right, I definitely need to turn in the goods now.
Destination reached.
Juno Markev here, requesting clearance to dock.
I'm noticing I'm losing about a single frame a second. I'm really curious what's causing that, because everything is shut down on my PC except for OBS. It's been pretty persistent, though. I don't know if the game looks jittery to anyone. Alright. It's not too much in terms of damage. Doesn't look like there's any really great deals that we picked up, but... should maybe just take a quick look here. So, lots of contraband. Hijack valuables, Void. Void, I think I can get a good price at Sparks Casino. I think I've actually done that run. Lafitte Tech. I mean, 7K, that's a pretty respectable price. Again, like, it's a third of my carrying capacity, and I'm not going to be in Louisiana anytime soon, but it gives me an idea for a cargo run, I suppose. I really only found them to be all that viable when like I have the volume. I've never really had too many high margin trades that really make me say, oh, I'm super glad I spent the time plotting out that course. But that also kind of makes sense, because to be honest, I think the main activity you want to be spending your time with in this game is the combat. Hey, we've got dice.
Take a seat, friend. How's it going?
What do you say?
So in practice, advice, I don't really think I ever get anything new, but it doesn't hurt to check.
Any news?
It's mostly humans out here, but I've seen a lot more grill passing through these days. Business is business, but honestly, I've never gotten used to it. Those sharp little teeth.
Oh, yeah? You know what's up around here. Any advice for someone who's been away for a few years?
An old buddy of mine won't fly a ship without a turret mount. He says having that extra coverage has saved his butt more than once. And he can deadeye a missile sneaking up on him from behind.
I appreciate it.
See, the challenge that I see with that advice is that the ECM, like electronic countermeasures, seems to be perfectly sufficient in terms of taking out missiles. Or at the very least, so on my controller, you hold down B. I think for any setup, it would be the furthest rightmost button. And what that does, so like, this is one of the things that's kind of neat about space flight sims, although it's very hard to implement in a way that's interesting and doesn't confuse the player. Like, this is one of the things that I actually really respect about these kinds of games. So when you think of a sim, the thing that you think about is, realism. More realism is better. And I can actually think of very few situations in, movies and games and just about anything where more realism has actually helped anything. Even in documentaries, there is ultimately a story that you want to tell. So there's this is an older film, but some of you may have seen a movie called The King of Kong And this is definitely before like Twitch was at least before I knew that Twitch was a thing. And I think some people have pointed out about that film that one of the, like, so there's Steve Wiebe and Billy Mitchell, and I think some people pointed out that Billy Mitchell is made to seem a lot more of a jerk and a lot more hostile than he actually was in those events, and that you don't really see the protagonist and antagonist communicating a lot in that documentary, where in reality apparently they did. So there's a certain side where people would say, this is not, this is doing one of these people a disservice. To be honest, I think Mitchell is quite content to be portrayed as sort of the supervillain in that one. Definitely a lot of his sort of bravado seems to be, I think he's quite aware of how he comes across on the camera. But of course, we now have the benefit of hindsight. We know that this guy has in fact been cheating on his records. So one of the reasons I point this out, there's actually a documentary that I cut, and this was actually part of an exercise in an educational context, and one of the criticisms that I got was I took a sentence that the interviewee had said, and I kind of condensed. You know how like in journalism you'll see this, you'll kind of like cut out maybe some of the more extraneous details. You'll get the essence of what the person said, but maybe they're going on a little bit, like I tend to do. And in the end, you want to make the point and move on. So I did that. But one of the things was I sort of had a break. I do this all the time when I talk, right? I sort of start saying one thing and I don't fully switch trains of thought, but I do sort of jump the rails a little bit to another idea. But it makes sense. The point has been communicated. And the problem with that is that as far as a sentence is concerned, it's not a grammatical way of communicating. And so one of the people evaluating the work said that was an inappropriate cut because ultimately the person didn't say that. And because I was making them say something ungrammatical, I was making them seem a lot more coarse than they actually were. Now, the fact of the matter is this is a guy who ran a tattoo parlor, who had a Chihuahua that he loved and wanted to have him stuffed, couldn't find a taxidermist to do the job, and so he kept the Chihuahua in his freezer. And yes, 100%, of course the last shot of the documentary was the Chihuahua in the freezer. How could I not have had that as a closing shot? Like that was the easiest decision to make on that documentary. But like the fact of the matter, and like this is a guy who had like a machine to make your own ammunition. I used it. It's like you've got like the tip for the bullet and like a little bit of gunpowder that gets put into the casing, and like you pull the thing and like it's assemble your own ammo. It was kind of cool to look at, and then also slightly horrifying because obviously in Canada the gun control restrictions are much higher than what they are in terms of Canada. So in the context of like a biker who has a Chihuahua in his freezer, and I'm in his apartment and I'm able to make bullets, it sort of invites the question as to exactly what kind of weapons are in the house. But as far as I was concerned, like I was not bothered by that. I definitely was kind of called to the carpet on that choice. And specifically for keeping it in. And my view is that it is complete. While it is true that for that specific sentence, I slightly adjusted the structure in favor of pacing. I don't really feel that was any different from, other ways that he had spoken before. He personally didn't have a problem with it. I didn't exactly approach him with it, but, he saw the documentary, rather liked it. How the hell did I get on this topic again? There's a point I was going to make, but I'm sorry. I'll just go to advice.
You got your finger on the pulse around here. Any advice?
If
I
you're
need a
trying
minute
earn
to
some
recall.
scratch, you might want to think about joining one of the guilds.
Oh yeah,
Sure, you gotta pay your
realism
membership dues,
and
but the jobs
simulations.
pay higher rates.
Appreciate it.
So, again, like in the case of King of Kong, it tells a really good story because you've got you've got a heightening of the dynamics that documentary wants to portray. I think you want to be really careful about that. I think there are, so like the really obvious example would be Michael Moore films. And it would be like these ones, I feel like one of the easiest ways. So Capitalism and Love Story is definitely one of these cases where I have a very good understanding of the subject that's being talked about and how it's very specifically distorting in the name. Like, so this is kind of where you get into the realm of propaganda. You can have an expert on a subject look foolish when, here's the easiest way that you can do this. And I am almost certain that Moore did this in his interviews. So you ask someone, hey, can you explain this, this financial product to me? And they explain the idea. And then you say, I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow. Would you be able to explain it in another way? And so they make an effort. And then you can say, it's like, yeah, I'm probably being really foolish right now. I didn't quite like, are you trying to say that it's, and then you say something that's off base. And then the person's like, no, here, think of it this way. So now you've got like 4 or 5 different versions. And what you can do, you cut out yourself asking those questions. And what it winds up looking like this expert can't even explain the product to you. Where in reality, what they're trying to do is help you understand, and they're giving you different examples to try and, help the understanding. And if you look specifically at I have a specific scene in mind. If you look at the cuts, that's entirely possible. What happened there, or I mean, for all I know, the expert maybe really did, fail at explaining the concept. But it's one of these things that is easy enough for an expert to be able to explain in layman's terms that I rather doubt. If they were explaining in good faith, I don't think they would have necessarily picked those analogies in the first place. And I have a suspicion that might have been one of the tricks that was used. And in that case, I feel that there is some violence being done to the intention and the facts of the matter. This is totally independent of Moore's politics, by the way. Like, I know I always try to find line whenever I bring those things up. A more subtle example of this would be the film Inside Job, because Inside Job definitely makes an effort to present itself as a little bit more of a carefully thought out or coherent portrayal of the financial crisis, but there's actually some internal contradictions within the presentation. It's just a very well-made documentary. It won an Oscar. And so it's a little bit more subtle in terms of some of the point. And I mean, in the end, I think this one is trying to present a particular point of view. So in that case, as far as a documentary, I think it's quite effective. I'm not entirely sure it did justice to its subject matter. But again, like there's a bit of a fine line in terms of trying to do a good piece of entertainment, a good piece of cinema, while also trying to add in more degrees of reality. So in the case of space sims, right, you have this wonderful world of physics in a vacuum. This idea that you've got your thruster, but if you want to kind of keep on the path that you're going, then there's going to have to be some compensation. Some games like to play around this by turning off the compensation, and so you're able to do these really, dynamic maneuvers that you wouldn't be able to do in a plane. But obviously, like if you play some of these games, usually you'll see it advertised as like fully simulated Newtonian physics. They're really complicated. Like there was a game called Hellion that when you started with that, it was really hard to just get basic motion down. And if you're into that, it's great fun. And if you're just trying to find your feet on a space sim, it's really frustrating. Another thing that Frontier did with Elite Dangerous was the optimal strategy for a dogfight in Elite Dangerous is basically to just fly in a circle. But that's not necessarily a very exciting way of playing a game. And so they played a little bit with how the flight behaves in order to sort of accommodate a little bit more of a, something a little bit more dynamic. And that, let's be honest, these choices are 100% the right thing to do, because in the end, you want to enjoy the fantasy of being a space fighter pilot and having these exciting fights where you're making clever tactical choices in a split second, and you're not necessarily doing that in the circles. Likewise, if flight simulators actually made you do all of the things necessary for flying, it would be it would be really dull. So a lot of people you've watched play it. There is a lot of fly away, straight back, fly at them, fly away again. Okay, I haven't actually played that much Elite Dangerous, but I mean, I also don't do a lot of combat in it, but yeah, I mean, again, it's like anything, right? You kind of want to get that like author's truth, the way that you can read really good literature, and a few of the streamers you used to watch got big into it. I mean, I've learned to appreciate the game a lot more than I did when I first played it. I did not like the game at all when I first did, but you watched a stream that was just 86 jumps once. Good Lord. Yeah. See, this is why I'd be reluctant to do Elite on stream, because I feel like it's an interesting experience. It's not necessarily one that I think necessarily needs to be shared.
Yeah, why not?
All right then.
Let's see what you got.
But again, like when you read good literature, you've got a truth that is being communicated, even though the events being described clearly did not happen. And then you can read a documentary account of something that actually happened. Like I'll put it to you this way, me talking about having a rough couple of weeks and then this customer service call with Amazon, nobody really became a better person having heard that. No great revelation about the human spirit was revealed through that, despite the fact that it was a fully accurate retelling of the events. And so, sometimes, you want to consider what you're optimizing for. And obviously in the case of a game, ideally you're maximizing for fun. If you're not maximizing for fun, you're at least trying to maximize for the fantasy or the vision that you're trying to communicate. Two pair, huh? I mean, I can sort of punt and try and get the 3. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about this, but let's roll the dice. Okay. I mean, if he gets his full house, I'm in trouble, but I don't really see I have a lot of options here. All right.
Well, crap. You were just lucky.
He's probably right on that,
I'm
but
quitting while I'm ahead.
See you.
Let's see here.
Yeah, 50s. Well, can I go up to 900? No, only 500. All right, we'll bet 50 then. Oh, close. All right, there was the port intermission. I made sure to bleed out the number of concurrent viewers I'd accumulated during the combat. Let's see what we're up to. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could try and find... Yeah, there's definitely a couple of in-system... I gotta do it. It's on the way. After that, I'll head straight to Derringer.
disengaged by distress signal.
Sorry, comrade. I have a mission.
Just what I needed. A gaggle of shitheads.
All right, this doesn't look too threatening.
A little lost thing.
Resources detected. Missile inbound. Forward shields down.
Yeah, it's a pity. I was late on the ECM though. That's totally on me. Nice.
Resources detected.
I'm gonna end you.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
So I always do a bad job. One of the reasons why I wanted to talk about the simulations, it wasn't just me like pontificating. There was a specific reason I brought this up.
Resources detected.
Looks like I still have someone to take out, but I'll give you a demonstration of it in a minute. Actually, maybe I can do it now. So I've kind of talked about this before. Oh.
Objective complete. Shit. Resources detected.
Right, so, you know, we're flying forward, we hit the B button. So this is just kind of drifting, right? We're not putting any thrust towards where we're heading. So, I mean, we're still facing forward, but we're just letting the thrust from before carry us on. This is really helpful in directing, directing the damage to certain parts of the ship. This is also what I use on capital ships a lot. So basically, I will run beside them. This is a tough maneuver to do, so I'll try and use an asteroid as an example. So we'll close the distance as early as we can. So now I'm going to turn... Actually, went slow. Sorry, let me get another asteroid to do a better example of that. Yeah, this one's too close now.
Detected.
Do the asteroids show up on... Oh, okay. Well, here, I'll just put some distance between me and the one that I was originally trying to do that on. Okay. So, we come in as hot as we can. So then I hit the B. So, you know, we fire... We're firing... Well, even then I probably push it on, but... You know, we rake around the side, ideally going for any turrets on the way, and then as close as I can. Now, I want to be careful about this one because it's not actually moving forward, but basically, it's 0. Oh, apparently I set it at 0 for some reason. But basically, the idea is that as soon as you kind of get the turn done, you hit the gas, and then basically you're able to take out the back, which is obviously a lot less defended. So as a defensive maneuver, it lets you distribute the damage across your shields a little bit more efficiently. When it comes after the capital ships, it allows you to take advantage of your small size. If you take a long time like I did on that one, that gives the capital ship enough time to turn around. But if you can get the timings down right, it can let you get some cheap shots on the
Autopilot disengaged
on some of the
fresh meat.
It can let you target some of the stuff that's damaging you at kind of no cost to yourself.
What are you, blind?
While simultaneously kind of getting you in an advantageous position to do the maximum amount of damage. And if you can time it, actually, if you can time it so that, you know, while I'm doing a reload like this, if you're doing your maneuvers where you know you're not hitting the weak spot, you're also doing a little bit more efficient distribution of damage. Because obviously hitting a heavily shielded part on a capital ship is not going to not going to buy you a whole lot. You really want to be knocking out the back shields and then calling it a day. All right, I think that's it for local missions. I'll just take a minute to make sure that the mission log is... Really?
Let's put some more marks on the kill board.
Ooh, Jesus, that's a lot of... I mean, we've got allies, but that's 3 capital ships I count.
I seem to be in a bit of trouble. I sure could use your help.
At this point, I'm just going to fly through it and... So first thing I want to do is try and take out some of the little guys. Otherwise, they're going to rip me up. Jesus, that's a lot. You know what? I gotta change the plan.
Gotcha.
So I haven't had to deal with this many capital ships in a single fight before. I might have to change up the...
Your assistance would be appreciated, citizen.
Might have to change up the strategy a little bit. So again, the aim here is to try and hide from its scarier... Whoa! I don't know why I thought it was evening out the speed, but...
That's a kill.
Okay. I will admit, going against the capital ships, because the targeting isn't as precise, I do sometimes find it easier to just do it manually. So like here, if they want to turn their turrets on me, they can, and that's a big mother who I hope is not headed my way. Alright, they're done. Okay, antimatter spec will be worth a little something. Alright, so it looks like there's enough distractions to keep them from... oh yeah, because the police have capital ships, that's why. Alright, what are we up against now? I think all the capital ships are gone. So let's go after that Barghast that just threw a missile at me. I don't know if this is an error or if this is an aesthetic choice, but I do kind of like how the
Feel free to assist.
the audio sort of peaks out when a capital ship gets blown up. I know it's kind of one of these decisions that some people might look on as a mistake in terms of, you know, you want the audio to be pristine, you want, you know, a big boomy explosion, you don't want the levels to go outside of what can be represented in audio. But I don't know, I think the gravity of the moment kind of gets communicated by the fact that, you know, the explosion is so loud that it falls outside of your audio hardware. All right. Or it could just be that there's something about the mix that
Beginning a contraband scan. Hold steady.
I hope that antimatter spec isn't contraband. I don't think it is, though.
Contraband scan complete. Move along.
Hold full.
All right. So I did say I was going to head back to... I was going to go straight to the mission, but we do have a full hold, so let's go back to... Let's go back to port. Big booms should be big. Yeah, I mean, it's... There's lots of ways you can do big booms for sure. But actually, you know, this relates to seeing Tenet. So there's a decision that was made in Tenet that seems to be getting quite a bit of commentary. Some people are saying that the audio mix for the film is not very good because you can't hear the dialogue. And I'll admit, it definitely threw me for a loop because like there's a bunch of people with a bunch of masks on in the movie, and we have sort of an expectation in terms of dialogue. We kind of want it to be as clear as possible. Now, I will admit I'm not fully up to speed on how IMAX gets shot, but I at least as far as I can know these things, it's hard to do dialogue scenes with IMAX cameras. Like, those things are loud. A lot of engineering goes into film cameras to make sure that it's maintaining the frame rate that it's supposed to, while doing so quietly enough that you're able to sort of record the dialogue in the moment. And I genuinely don't know if like Dunkirk had an easier time because there's not a lot of dialogue in that movie. I don't know if in the case of Tenet they just just re-recorded it after the fact, whether there was an improvement to the cameras that allowed them to record dialogue on set. But I think it's fair to say, given the likelihood that there is some special measure being done to record the dialogue, either re-record it or capture it on set. Like, the one thing you don't hear is the sound of an IMAX camera rolling in the background of the dialogue scenes. So it's hard for me to see that as a mistake. But it's different than expected, right? I expect to be able to understand everything that all the characters are saying at all times. And there are definitely times where I wasn't 100% clear on what was being said. And I'm not entirely convinced that it's a mistake. This isn't some stupid, like, Christopher Nolan apology. Like, let's face it, everyone is capable of making mistakes.
Like you can play. How about a game of dice poker?
But especially given the fact that you have a film whose whole premise is that, the main character is given a word and a gesture with which they're going to uncover the rest of the details of the event. It seems to me that, having a certain, like forcing people to listen very carefully to what's being said and to have the intensity of a moment potentially mean that you're missing details. I'm not entirely sure that is accidental, let's say. But yeah, so on that note, like the idea of the boom, if you're going to do a big boom, you're going to do one that, that breaks the boundaries of your sound settings, I think is a pretty effective choice for this game.
Why not?
All right then.
Ready to play?
Of course, I'll do apologies to people who really did not like the dialogue choices in Tenet. I can go for the full house, but then I think I'm going to try the same thing as last time. Not great.
Let's see.
I mean, I'm kind of committed to trying to get that 3 of a kind now.
Yes.
Ouch.
If you need to practice, I've always got time for another game.
Another hand?
All right then.
What have you got?
Oh my god. Good God.
Okay then.
Ah, damn.
Gonna do one more.
Well, don't feel too bad about it.
Another.
All right.
What have you got?
I mean, I don't have any options.
Ah, come on.
Yeah.
Better luck next time.
Too rich for my blood. Sorry.
Another time then.
The worst possible thing that can happen is to get like a really good hand at the start, because you basically give your opponent, you give yourself like 2 chances to beat what you have. But like, what am I gonna do with a straight, right? Like, there's not a whole lot that I'm gonna be able to get as a replacement out of that. I think that's one of the first times in a while that I've had some pretty significant losses at gambling. Actually, this is a good question. I wonder if my overall gambling winnings have been tracked by the game. I feel like that's something they should include in the stats. Huh. So, 1,100 fighters destroyed, 45 capital ships down, 284 missiles dropped. Wow, that's a lot. 78 side missions, 3 asteroids mined, 697 tractored objects, and 84 bounties claimed. I thought this was Grinder. Alright, I'm just gonna double check that I don't have any missions here. I do not. So, you know, here's the thing I'm most interested in. So if double damage has its... If double damage sort of has its origins in feeling like they're in a bit of a rut doing action role-playing games for, you know, so many years, and it's fair to say I kind of imagine that Rebel Galaxy Outlaw might even be the game that they originally wanted to make. But well, that's fair. I wonder if the next, like, what the next project is. Like, if it's, you know, they didn't do DLC for the original Rebel Galaxy, so it's hard to see them doing it for Outlaw.
Check that out.
I mean, valuables are nice, but I should probably get on with the mission. And, you know, would the next game be something in the Rebel Galaxy world? Whoa! I don't even know where the back of this thing is. Alright, found it. Yeah, I don't think I evaded that. Okay, let's close the distance.
Requesting help from anybody in the area.
Again, I gotta take advantage of my size to make this happen. Crap. Got him.
No, Shanzendo.
Yeah, that wasn't enough to kill him. There we go. Yeah, so I mean, the interesting question is, like, do you, you know, after 2 successful space sims in the Rebel Galaxy world, do you feel like you're in a rut again in a new company? And do you, you know, do you follow up with a new style of game? I mean, potentially even an action RPG? Or you know, is it a Rebel Galaxy 2, or, you know, another sort of space-oriented style game?
I think we're clear.
All right, so it looks like there's a lot of stuff to pick up. I should probably double check what the mission is, because if I fill up my cargo with
Oh, hey there.
with nonsense. Oops.
Come on, Juno.
I was paying too much attention to my radar.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity. Destination reached. Craft entering the area.
Wait, Arizona's not right. I gotta make sure I have the right mission loaded up.
That always gives me such a splitting headache.
Craft entering the area. Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
I always feel bad passing distress signals, but I did say I wanted to prioritize story missions. What is it, 2.5 hours ago? It's already late, but I'm gonna make an effort to try and clear out a little bit of my mission log.
Someday this thing is just gonna shake itself apart.
Okay, let's just take a quick minute here and reacquaint myself. Accompany one of Xander's convoys through the Derringer and watch for trouble. So I don't think there's any cargo component.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
You must be Ms. Markev. Xander told us you'd be along.
Resources
your boss
detected.
really seems to care about your welfare.
Yes. Well, please pair up with us and we'll get moving.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles. Craft entering the area.
Dodge Sector Police, scanning transport codes. Please maintain course.
We're gonna have to fight the police.
Seems a little fishy.
Scan complete. Proceed.
Just standard procedure, Ms. Markev. We should pair and continue on our way.
I'll pair as soon as you tell me I can. There we go.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles. Hostile craft entering the area.
What's that? Looks like a bunch of inviolates.
Looks like it. Guess we're fishing in the right pond.
Missile inbound.
It's weird though. They're not saying anything. The environment
Ah.
is pretty damn loud.
Okay, he's done. Looks like there's a lot of
Yeah.
So the reason I'm prioritizing targets on this one is just to try and minimize the number of casualties in the escort.
What the hell is that?
It's a capital ship, but the inviolates don't have anything that big. We're detecting some kind of energy disturbance.
Oh, you're dead. I don't like this at all.
Missile inbound.
Holy shit! What was that flash? The
Yeah.
transport just collapsed. Ah, shit! I gotta get out of here.
Hostile craft inbound.
I'm rather sorry that I was in the middle of a firefight to see that.
Missile inbound.
Mind you, that is a neat little moment
Evaded.
to see, you know, a terrifying weapon off screen. The game is telling me I need to get out of here, so.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal. Mission complete. Destination reached.
This is a big fight.
I can't
get these bastards off my ass. Some neighborly help sure would be appreciated.
I have no idea if he's going to be able to survive that.
I'm getting ripped to bits. Somebody help.
Okay, let's see who's bullying. Yeah, this guy's getting ripped apart, so I'll take out the bar guy first.
He's my cat.
Well, I got bad news and news, I guess.
Be quick about it.
We ran into your Inviolates, and yeah, something is strange. They brought in some sort of huge cruiser that, well, I don't know what it did. There were some weird energy surges, and the transport just sort of collapsed. I got the hell out of there after that.
I see. This bears further consideration.
I think we're square now, Xander. I'm out.
Hardly, Miss Marquette. Hardly.
Damn it. Oh. I'm gonna burn you to dust.
So much for the hope of minimizing casualties. Fair enough.
Oh, no, man.
Alright, Greel Whiskey would be worth a little something, but...
Oh, hey there. This ain't gonna go well for you.
So I'm gonna take it straight to the shields, but... I'm mad I didn't get that last one. One of the reasons I took off the heat on the... Yeah.
You sure pulled my ass out of the fire. Here's something for your trouble.
So one of the reasons I took the heat off the, oh yeah, I've got, I don't have any hold space, off the engines once I got them behind my sights. I have had problems in the past where my engines are too powerful, and so I find it a little too easy to overtake my, quarry. And then obviously being able to recharge your shields is somewhat desirable in a combat flight sim.
Traffic control, your request is granted. Please proceed to the designated bay.
Okay. So as always, we empty the inventory. The majority of, like, the bulk in a lot of times just winds up being bounties, which aren't necessarily worth that much, but it's a role-playing choice in some ways. Like, I really don't like the idea of leaving people out in space if I can avoid it. So, plus they're bounties, so. Just Star Avenger, huh? Oh, well, there's some slots.
Take a seat, friend.
I'm sure I've seen one of these before, but I really like the bow tie painted on the outfit.
There was a rumor going around about something stashed out of the way. Perhaps worth a look?
I appreciate it.
All right, I'm a little weirded out by what OBS is telling me here, so I'm just going to take a quick second. And I don't think there's anything I can do to fix it, but if the game looks frozen, it's just because I've tabbed out. Well, that brought it back up. Whether or not it stays is another question. And actually, while I'm in another window, let me just take a quick second here. All right, looks like it's consistent. I really need to take advantage of the bounties more often, but
Take care now.
See you the next time you stop in.
I don't know. I just have so many missions that that pay an equivalent. I don't do it as often as I should. Okay, we'll do 60 then. Ah! All right. Mind you, the way I've been playing poker, it's not like I've been doing anything better. So before I jump out into space, I'm going to be heading to Nimpu. So if there's a chance for me to do a trade anywhere between Derringer to Nimpu, I'll maybe avoid the missions if I can. But if there's sort of a high value, so like bioweapons, if I can buy those, alien specimens, it looked like there was a good price for. Let me just double check that. Yeah, alien specimens are huge in Flagstaff. No indication what we can get in Dakota or Nimpu. Now, realistically, what do we have that we can buy? So religious tracts and Hitchcock Coronas. I thought I could buy Narco Cola on one of these. So no obvious runs to do there. Merchant's Guild probably is going to want more cargo space than what I have. Is Dutch on the way? No, it's not really. And actually every single one of these requires more hold space than I have. In a pinch, I can try the mission board, but we've always learned... Okay, like maybe something in Alabama. Wait, where's Backfire? Backfire's in system, okay. Yeah, like, I mean, a low-risk strike, that'll pay for my gambling losses, I suppose. Is Tombstone on the way? Nope. It's basically Dakota. Okay, I don't like doing two. I'm going to do it in this case, though, because there's the flashpoint, and then if I do the siege, that lets me dock and drop off any of the goodies I picked up. And I should have got the Pirate Lord. No, if I did got the Pirate Lord bounty, then I'd be out of inventory space again. So I'll do the 2 missions in Alabama and then head straight to Nimpu. Again, unless there's sort of a quick pop. Just gonna take a quick sip of coffee.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
Your end awaits, but it will also be a new beginning.
Speaking of big booms, I did not know there was a second one. This is also another reason why I'm kinetic weapon heavy.
Retreat and execute his will another day.
There's something very satisfying about having just a loud gun. I realize that is a very masculine kind of statement, but I need to be true to who I am.
Destination reached. Craft entering the area.
Incidentally, I don't know. I sent a message, but Jeff, if you're in here and you'd like to identify yourself, feel free to say hi. If you'd rather stay a lurker, I completely understand. But I've noticed, again, I appreciate the people who stop by on YouTube and leave comments to these.
Are you purposeless and adrift?
It's one of the reasons why I sort of feel...
in the face of forces you can't possibly...
Come on, let's hear some music.
Oh, right. Olaf doesn't...
This might be worth a listen.
Oh, this is a good one. But yeah, to those of you who stop by on YouTube and talk about the game, I actually really appreciate the the details about when this thing's coming out for PS4 and all of that. Because I don't own a PS4. The only console I really have is first an old Wii, and now my aunt was kind enough to gift me an Xbox that she had in her possession. So I've got one of those. But obviously PC gaming is... Good God, why are people...
Sell me stuff.
It's the same ad we passed over last time. All right, you know what? We're just going to go straight for the capital ships here. This is an opportunity that's hard to pass up. Okay, I gotta slow it down a bit. Anyways, I appreciate so many people talking about the releases for PS4 and all of that, because it's... You know, obviously there are some people checking this stuff out to just get an idea of what the game's going to be like when they can finally play it. And because I'm not a console gamer, you know, I'm not really able to offer a lot of commentary that's helpful to people in those cases. I got way too close to that. And I am shaking hands with danger with the other one sitting behind me. Okay, hopefully... Yeah, we got the light cruiser. Good. I see there's a message in chat, but I can't look at it right now because I'm in the middle of a fight. Okay, let's deal with the freighter. The big manly guy. Yeah. Whoa! I missed the opportunity there. That's not bad. Okay, let's see if we can get it. Sorry to pause in the middle of a firefight, but there are not as many opportunities to... You know, the thing is that it's a pretty accurate representation of how I wasn't involved in that final blow. I'm not at an interesting angle, but just to give you an idea of the photo capabilities. I was talking about this last time actually, so if you want the perfect shot, you know, being able to press Y to advance one frame at a time, I think that's a great touch. All right, let's see if we can earn a good... oh, I completely forgot they also show up on the screen. All right, you know what? I'm going to go after some of the smaller ships, seeing that there aren't any capital ships threatening me right now. This means that the police might lose a few of their own units, but I'm a contractor. Gonky, well, that's the first... I was going to say, that's the first I've seen an AI fly into an asteroid. I'm glad I didn't follow him. I really do like the fact that death was replaced by an explosion. Alright. Is this a jackal? Yeah. I was like, this sounds weird for Stinger. Nice. Okay. So if I wanted to try and take a little more credit for what I was doing, we'd tighten up the FOV. Oh, is there a way for me to move the camera back, though? Yeah. Oh, hey. I wonder if I can do the Hitchcock effect. I really made a dog's breakfast of this. I don't think this is the zoom, though. All right. So I'm trying to find a dynamic angle for the really tight shot here. It's going to be tricky. Okay, well let's work with this right now because I think this thing is about to go up. Okay, let's just tighten down that aperture into. Okay, that's wider. That's tight. I really wish that the aperture. I had a little bit more to work with there, because if I want to bring the capital ship into focus, I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose my. Yeah, I'm going to lose my fighter, so I'm going to have to go full depth. That's obviously a lot less exciting now too, but we can worry about composition. Oh wow, can you do monochromatic? No, you can just really. You can really go nuts with that. I didn't even notice the color side here. Oh. Okay. At least I think this thing is dying. Oh, no, it's not. Okay.
Target eliminated.
Okay, now it's going up. Good news is we're also a little closer, so let's see if I can make some more magic happen out of this. I mean, this is a neat choice too, because this gives you sort of an idea of scale, right? You can sort of see. Sorry, this is turning into like photography class, where I know some of you probably just want to see the fights, but like this is kind of neat because you get an idea of scale. Like my ship is kind of covered up by the menu here, but the ship we're destroying just seems so much larger. So we'll just advance this one at a time. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have my bullets streaming out as this happens, but let's just find the moment of destruction. If you want a full rule of thirds, you'd probably adjust it a little bit like this, but you want to make sure that everything else is balanced in the composition. I actually don't think that it's that bad that this is high in the, sort of riding high in the frame. The only problem with this one, of course, is that if the hero shot is supposed to be like my ship, you really can't distinguish it. Like all of the... So this is actually maybe the one problem I have with advancing the frames here, is that all of these laser weapons are creating these lines that will draw your attention to all the other police ships. Because my ship is no longer firing, there's really nothing to suggest that this little ship that's... Ah, crap. If I use the mouse, it puts it over there. But like you can see my ship just to the side of the... just to the side. Let's see if I can get a better shot. Okay. So again, if I want something nice and close... Of course, there's nothing to look at now anymore. Do I have any of those lines of my... Yeah, so my kinetic weapons definitely don't create the same sorts of lines. I mean, this isn't unpleasant to look at, but it's not quite... you know, now that the ship is totally destroyed, you don't quite have the same scale that you did before. I wonder if I could, you know, just get all the ships in one... Yeah, the further you go out, the harder it is to find out exactly what you're looking at. If we did this a little bit earlier in the encounter, maybe one thing we could rely on would be the lighting on the would be the lighting on my ship to, I don't know if this actually happens, but like right now I'm getting the light from the sun, but to get this nice orange that comes from the, get this nice orange that comes from the explosion. However, if I did want to give myself a little bit more of a hero role, we can always rely on sort of tightening the zoom a little bit. Actually, this might be an interesting choice. So if I can make myself really small and just have this giant explosion that I'm flying into. Again, the secret to this sort of stuff is you really want a tight field of view if you can pull it off. But if it's too tight, then you don't get all the excitement. Yeah, I don't know, a little something like this. Oh, you know what, let's take, oh, actually, that's a slightly better framing. It's not my best work. I actually don't see that much of an effect on the lens artifacts right now. I am going to see, though, what some of the color... Oh, I like that. Cinema is neat. I just don't think it's appropriate for this one. Try one in Cold Iron. I definitely need to do... Actually, Noir doesn't work that well. This would have been nice if they could... This would have been nice if they could do... So, in some black and white, the way that you used to do black and white photography was you'd put certain color filters to decide, like, what was white and what was black. And like if you want to take better black and white photos, don't just hit grayscale on your camera. Actually go in and manipulate those settings, and you can create some very, very striking black and white imagery without a lot of extra effort. One last thing that I'll do. I am actually, so there's, I'm sorry to turn this into the photography session. I do want to see if there's a way I can somehow get the ship and like a full, like a left-hand side profile of my ship and the explosion. I also really doubt it when it says pan, because I feel like I'm moving the camera. All right. So what I'm trying to do here is just whoa, okay, let's So again, the idea here is I'm trying to get a profile of the ship flying into something dangerous. If I go slightly off to the side, I get a slightly better profile. All right. So this has promise. The only problem here is it looks like that's really far away. So again, I want to compress that distance with the field of view. I mean, this is kind of the same shot again. It just puts my... So the problem with this is that what I was hoping to do was have something where my ship is really, really small and the explosion is taking... Well, no, we'll just do the Hitchcock thing. Yeah, again, the problem here is I don't have an indication that I'm really firing into this, but there might be something to be said for this this shot. Anyways, as you can see, I love photo modes in games. And if you have a better eye than I do on this sort of, like, I know my limitations in terms of taking good shots. There is definitely something to be said for just sitting down and taking some good opportunities.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, let's see if we can make something happen out of that. Yeah, this is. Sorry, I said I was going to stop the photo mode, but but the music you're hearing makes this appropriate, right? Don't show that it's a friendly ship, so that way the lasers look a little more dangerous. And if I... Yeah, so the problem here is that the thing that I just shot out is flying in the opposite direction, so if there was a reverse option, that would be great, but I mean, looks exciting.
Hi, Juno. It's me.
Grace, what the hell?
I know it looks bad. I do, but it's coming from a good place. It is.
Bullshit. I thought you were dead. I mourned you, you...
This is our husband.
It wasn't supposed to go this way. Look, can we sit down and talk?
I really do not want to say yes.
I understand, I do. But I'll be at Saguaro Laredo if you change your mind. Love you, girl.
Don't waste your time waiting for a response.
Objective complete. Hold full.
All right, that's a fun reveal. I thought we were going to have to hunt him down. Okay, so we're going to do the total siege now.
Contraband scan. Hold steady, citizen.
You know, the Jackal's hit or miss. And I don't know how you guys feel about wub wub sounds, but I've been liking what the Jackal's been putting out recently.
What I needed. A gaggle of shitheads.
All right.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
By the way, did anyone get anything out of that photo mode thing? Like, was that helpful, or do I need to just stop pretending that in-game photography is interesting? I feel like surviving Mars, I'm a little bit better at creating interesting moments. Hey, Timco Steve. Oh, great. I mean, the real problem I have with the Rebel Galaxy Outlaw ones are that I feel like I have a bunch of ideas for photos I'd like to capture, but I've never really been able to capture something that I really wanted. So I can only really talk about the way that that I fail, rather than like show some awesome stuff that I've done. All right, we're just gonna fly straight into this and go for the capital ship right away. Okay, let's crank up the shields. I don't need engines when I'm ripping them apart in the back. Got him. Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do this time. I'm gonna.
That's a kill.
Okay, so I just laid on some shot. Oh wow, I gotta be really quick on those actually, because my shots have already past the. So yeah, this is the big challenge I have, right? Is that one of the best things I could do to create a sense of action, and I don't have a way of pointing this out in the. I don't have a way of pointing this out in the game. So like what, in one sense, like you can get. This is not a photo that I would want to take, but there are a couple of things that are really desirable about this kind of a shot. On the right-hand side, you see my tiny little ship. On the left-hand side, you see this giant thing that I just took out, right? This should be like, look at me, what a badass I am. The thing that's missing is that while I'm holding down the Y button to take the photo, because I'm not using beam weapons, the way I create the line to connect these are my shots, but in taking the time to bring up the camera mode, my shots are already going into the back of that going into the back of that destroyer. So there's a couple of other things that I could try and do. Like I can rely on the debris. So like notice in the background here, the debris sort of gets... So, you know, again, nice things, a great sense of scale between the destroyer and my small ship. The debris, unfortunately, gets lost a little bit to the stars. Although one nice little coincidence is that you notice the stars do kind of create this nice little trail towards the explosion. So one thing I could try and do, and again, this is more... So you'll often notice in movies how they do, you know, you usually see a lot of this in like dialogue scenes, especially like Michael Bay movies and stuff like that. That does kind of create a sense of action in something that's normally very, you know, very static. But one nice thing in this case is, of course, that if you hold still, and of course, this is the thing about photos, they're static, you miss the line that's being created. This is the difference between photography and cinematography. You miss the line that's drawing your attention to what's going on. If you can introduce movement, well, now you see this line of debris, and all of a sudden you have the connection that you wanted to make with your, you know, with your ship, assuming that you weren't able to get the shots. I mean, the other thing you might want to do is, you know, use like a Dutch angle for a little more dynamism, especially in space, right? And then the old trick I was sort of relying on for a while. Actually, you know what? Because the stars aren't as cluttered, there's some potential here in creating a little bit of a line. And then if we could tighten up the field of view a little bit. Oh, this game is amazing. It's huge. And believe it or not, like as far as the graphics engine is concerned, it's a completely free tool. It's the Ogre engine. So in theory, you could use the tools that they did to make this game to do something on your own. The important thing is that when I say that the graphics engine, I mean that. Like it's not like Unity where you have sort of the sound capabilities and AI and whatnot. This is entirely about rendering images on the screen and just that. But it's a great example of how, you know, it's not just Unreal and Unity powering stuff that you love.
We would not decline an offer of assistance.
Hold full.
So good news is, after the siege, I'm going to be able to go back out and pick up the rest of this stuff. You know, the other thing that I could do, given the fact that I have so much difficulty capturing my ship doing stuff, another thing that might be interesting would be to capture a moment of one of the other ships taking down an enemy. This is a good one. Let's see if we can turn this into... Again, I said I was going to stop the photos, but this is actually not a bad little opportunity. So let's... Again, we have an idea. I don't think there's any big combat that I can capture in the background, but let's just see. I know there's fighting going on. We just need to find it in relation to the main action of the shot. Wow, I can't even find the base. Okay, against my better judgment, I'm going to adjust the field of view. Okay. This is going to be harder, but I think a Dutch angle will save me on that. So I kind of want a nice big diagonal slash of the... One thing I like about the colors too, right? You have that blue on the left and the red on the right. So what we're going to try and do is take it from a shot down below. So I've got the base in the background. Now things are close enough that I'm going to be able to turn the depth of field back on. That's going to help me with the background. So let's see what a camera roll will get me. Ideally, I'd like it to be... actually, that station complicates things quite a bit. I had an idea, but I might be losing it now. There's some possibilities here. I'm really struggling with that bass in the background. I don't know if it's distracting or if it's... Actually, you know what? I'm definitely seeing something here. So let's open up that aperture. Wait, am I not able to have my... Okay, there we go. So, like, this aperture is way too wide for our purposes, right? Although I would admit, if I was doing an action... Like, if I was doing a virtual action scene, one thing I would love to do is just to have... That, like, no focus puller in the world would be able to pull this off. But, like, if you could have... like the moment of the bullet and then have the like a really wide open aperture like this, have the bullet track along the explosion. And so this is in perfect focus when the, like at the moment that, that this thing goes up, like that would be fantastic. That is only something you could ever do in a computer game, obviously, or in a digital environment, but okay. So looks like, yeah, so I'm going to have to get in a little bit closer. I lost that nice little bit of purple. Well, the purple might be a distraction, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I think getting in closer is always the right choice. I don't know. What do you guys think of this photo? What can I do about glare? I'll probably have to adjust the focus a little bit. I mean, in one sense, composition-wise, it doesn't exactly follow rule of thirds, but I think the lines compensate it. Ooh, I like that. A nice little lens artifact to intensify the exposure at the end. And I'll just take a minute here to see if the roll gives me anything. No. All right, I like the way this looks. So I'm going to take a standard photo. Oh, actually, I got a little too much space on the bottom there, so I'm just going to slightly adjust my framing. That's a little more like it. And let's just see what we can do with some of the colorize. Okay, yeah. This makes it look a little more... Yeah, I lost a bit of the focus there. Let's tighten down that aperture a touch. Ah, yeah, it was the intensity, colorize intensity. There's a difference. Cinema is definitely a tricky beast, but I think less is more on that one. I am going to try one more monochromatic. Oh, wait. Cold Iron. Yeah, Cold Iron is such a flashy one. This one I'm just going to try and I'll start with the highest intensity and then we'll roll it back a bit. Again, I'm really trying to get those reds. I'm trying to make those memorable. Lurid doesn't quite do it for me. Nope. But I am definitely going to try a black and white one. So it's definitely like so this is almost like the silver retention we were talking about, where your blacks go a bit deeper because you've kept the silver halide in the shot. This is like the Saving Private Ryan look. Try one of those. But I am going to try just a full monochrome. Yeah, the problem with this one is that I lose a little bit of the detail in the red, so I'm going to have to go one step back. One last thing I want to try here is when it says switch target. So I'm going to take this back to default. I just want to see if taking the perspective from the... Oh, man! This is going to save me so much trouble. Oh, I cannot believe that. I had no idea that you could actually direct it at a target. All this time I've been wasting trying to see the bloody... Like, trying to line up my shots. These models are amazing. Okay. I desperately want this shot of the ship burning up. Does it not count as a target anymore? Okay, here we go. So, I should see my ship behind it. Oh, wow, this is going to be a hard shot. All right. So, it's the same shot, but from a... Oh, man! Yeah, I'm definitely working with this. The big problem here is losing my ship in the fire. Oh, this is so hard with the field of view that I chose. But again, the further out I go on the field of view, the less compressed everything is, the less sort of the less dynamic. So the problem with this shot is I'm competing with the... So, you know, this would be... Oh, see, actually, this is one of the ones where I wish I could just do a straight up vertical mode, like you're shooting with a mobile phone. So what I'll try and do here is... Oh, you know what? There's a little bit more... There's a little bit more going on here. I'm definitely going to have to open up the depth of field. I wanted to try and get that bit of debris in the background. And I'm going to have to pull back a little bit so I can get the full shape. Alright, I think there's some possibilities here. Actually, this looks a lot more static than I was thinking it would, but... I don't know, we'll do some quick shots. Too much bloom. Again, Cold Iron has some really neat possibilities in it, but it's definitely the most temperamental in terms of colors. I wonder if I can get that proper black. Yeah, see, the thing is, this is the thing I don't like about grayscale like this. So looking at the, sorry, I can't believe I pointed at the monitor. If you look at the detail of this ship that's being destroyed, beautiful, right? Like all of the texture you see inside of that. Like I'd love to just do a close-up of the different components of the ship here, and it's completely ruined by the fact that you have the texture of the fire here, and all of the red just muddles into nothing. But again, like I definitely like the line that's forming. Again, I'm completely abandoning rule of thirds, but I think this is okay. I'm gonna try and go like completely bananas on the field of view. I just want to see if I can actually pull this off. Actually, again, I don't know if that's quite the level of dynamism I want. This is a straight line, so this doesn't work. Actually, here's the funny thing. I'll do this upside down, and then I'll just flip it after the fact. The thing is, I don't think this is as exciting as a shot. Yeah, this is too flat. So I actually think the one with a little more depth worked. Okay, that's the last time I do photo mode. Although I am super happy at finding out that I can target individual ships. And again, I appreciate, for those of you who do not like the photo mode stuff, I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you sitting through that. Do you guys want me to, if I review those and decide that I like them? I have no idea where those are saved, by the way. Would you like me to upload those to Twitter when I do a little bit of selection? I'll make them framed prints available on the System Chalk shop. Alright, we're gonna do the trick I was talking about before. There we go. Okay, it's done. Put them on Twitter? Okay, sure thing. I sent a quick message to a friend who might be interested in this. You know, hey, you should check this out. You might like it. And I believe, like, for an hour since sending that message, I've been doing photographs. I think this mission's done. Whoops.
Damn it. Craft inbound.
So I definitely want to dock as soon as possible.
Craft inbound.
Are you serious? Let's see if I can dock. Nope.
More the merrier.
Definitely more bad guys. So I'm trying to dock as soon as possible so that all of the other mercenaries don't pick up the goods. But I think that's not an option anymore.
That one's toast.
By the way, are there any photo buffs in chat? Like, I might be speaking nonsense to some more experienced people, but as a camera assistant, I wasn't somebody responsible for holding the frame.
Oh, come on.
No. Mission complete.
Glorious.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
I'll admit, the electronic works a lot better than I thought it would in this game.
Clearance granted. You are now entering an automatic landing zone.
One thing that would be nice, actually, I can do this in Surviving Mars, but I don't have a pointer inside of this one. So if I really wanted to try and like point out what I'm trying to accomplish with given shots, it'd be nice if I had some way of drawing on the photo about some of the problems I'm trying to solve. But hopefully I did a tolerable job of explaining. Again, we're selling stuff that's at a discount here just because I want the hold space. I'm going to be jumping out to we're definitely doing Junkyard Dog first. Brace can wait. I'm just selling all of that to try and free up the space so that I can go back. I'm probably going to wind up docking here again because there'll be a bunch of stuff I pick up in terms of bounties and whatnot.
Take a seat, friend.
And yes, I am going to tilt at that windmill one more time of the $7,000 dice poker game I keep losing at.
What's the scuttlebutt around here?
I am not going to go after the bounty, though.
Something a little juicy. Supposedly there's something worth checking out around these coordinates. Maybe worth your time to investigate.
Thanks. All right, that's it for me. Take care.
You stay safe out there.
I get so much free stuff from these bartenders and never buy a drink.
So, what are we playing for?
Hey there. How about a quick game of dice poker?
Sure, that sounds pretty good.
All right then.
Let's see what you got.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm gonna go for the full house.
Huh.
Nice.
Shit. I'm having an off day.
I've already made my money back through
All right then.
through missions, but This doesn't warm my heart, but let's see. Ugh.
Perfect. To the
Another.
all.
Let's see what you got.
Let's.
What do you think I'm doing? There's no way he beats that.
Heck yeah.
All right.
Good game.
I believe that is my first 5 of a kind, so I'm happy.
Well, I'm usually around. You think better of it, swing back by.
And then I'll gamble my change.
Thank you, lady.
Wow. Okay. Apparently, after midnight, all the bad luck has gone away. And apologies to everybody who, everyone whose ears were blasted by that. I definitely was a lot better at dice poker last time I played this. Yeah, looks like the mercenaries have kind of picked the battlefield clean. I'll get what I can. Doesn't look like there's much left for me though. Let's just double check. So that's like 3 things in my hold, right? 4. I mean, like, that's half my cargo space, so...
Clearance granted. You are now entering an automatic landing zone.
Did the cinematic just make me bump into scrap? Alright, so we only have 1 thing to sell here. That's close to the average price, so it's not heartbreaking to do that. Let's help our younger colleague with her bounty. I think it's like a 30k reward or something like that. 33.
Inbound. Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
Not hostile.
Time for this.
I gotta close the distance before. There we go.
Free to assist, citizen.
Disturbance shields down.
That's from me slamming into the cop. And yes, there were 2 photos I wanted to take during that run, so please congratulate me on my restraint. It's hard though, right? Because like, so the reason why that particular shot, like that combat, you had 3 people from 3 different directions all aiming at that one target. So you've got, like, if you do the right angle, you can sort of have this tunnel of laser fire pointing towards the target. And then if you use the advance, option to go frame by frame, you can get basically the moment when the thing catches on fire. And so you can add a 4th line of the, that's really stupid of me. I gotta dump the power and then I need to realign. You potentially get a 4th line from the fire trail, if you so want. Although that's maybe a line too many because it's not gonna align as well with the attacks.
We would not decline an offer of assistance.
The frigate needs help?
Gotcha.
One of the things I'm trying to do with some of these descriptions as well is I'm not really good at like any kind of studio photography. A lot of the stuff that I've done has been on film on the street. And so I'm trying to verbalize an impulse that's basically in a split second. There's about 100 things that are considered in the exact moment of when the shutter gets pressed. And to a certain extent, you don't know if you've captured it until you develop it. If it's black and white, develop yourself. If it's a slide, you know, whatever the, whenever you take it into the lab. It's hard to say it's all just like instinct. At least for me, like most creative stuff is trying to solve a bunch of problems. If I'm given like free reign on something, this is why I'm actually really surprised that I like photo modes in games so much, because they tend to give you a lot of freedom, and I tend to be paralyzed by that. You know, for cinematography, I like shooting on location because you couldn't just put the lights anywhere. You had to deal with walls and the fact that the place was lived in. But whether it's writing or whether it's photography, I've tended to find the most rewarding, but also the stuff that I like the most, tends to be the sort of stuff where I solved enough problems that it led to interesting creative choices. Whereas if I'm given total creative freedom, sometimes what happens is I just wind up falling on, maybe like cliches is the wrong term, I mean going into a minefield. I tend to find out running the mines is a slightly more effective approach than trying to dodge them. I'm too reckless. Also, if people are trying to chase me, generally they wind up...
Come on.
Okay, that was definitely a mine that hit me.
Shit! Looks like we're in the clear.
Your assistance was much appreciated.
Okay, always welcome. Let's try not to die on the mines. Wait. Not brace, junkyard dog.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
I hate it when they start behind me. It completely throws me off. Oh my god, it's a capital ship. Okay,
Your lucky day.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
did I evade all of them? That was a swarm turret that was after me.
There we go. Shit.
Okay, looks like I got 2 comrades to deal with before I go after the capital ship.
Missile inbound.
By the way, every time you shoot a missile out of the sky, it doesn't matter how many guns you had trained on it. It doesn't matter how many times you tried. You feel like a complete badass.
Damn it!
Missile inbound.
Again, the barks always bamboozle me. Okay, so we're gonna try that move I was talking about. We're gonna go head on. We'll go fast.
Missile inbound.
Okay, spin around. Now I've got a complete view on his backside, which he's gonna have to turn around. I've stopped, but this is just so I can get some extra targeting on some of its weapon systems. I can afford the shield damage. Now I dump the... So this is a little different from what I normally do, but this was a way to reserve some of my shield power. So they're going to be turning around. I'm probably going to have to try the same maneuver again, but I'm fairly confident in my ability to do that, so... Okay, now we'll punch it in the other direction. Yeah, that doesn't work from the side. Or does it? No, if I do it close, it's good.
I think that's the last of them.
There's definitely something for me to pick up. I just can't find it. Ah.
Hold full.
Ah, alright. Do I have data? Yeah, I do have data on Flagstaff, so let's just go to the next destination.
Destination reached.
I know I've said this a few times, this game is great. Actually, I talk about the soundtrack a lot. Especially compared to the original. So the original Rebel Galaxy had a great soundtrack. It was also a more limited soundtrack. So I would not blame someone for maybe getting a little tired of hearing the same track over and over again. What I really like is the variety in the soundtrack. There's maybe like There's one station which I probably wouldn't be able... Like, so there's... There is no station that I would avoid listening to altogether. There's maybe one station where I wouldn't feel comfortable having it on for the entire playthrough. And for some reason, the Jackal just doesn't have advertising.
Requesting landing clearance.
I try to change it up so that I can, you know, when advertising comes down, I switch to a new channel. But so again, if people are getting tired of the electronic music, let me know and I'll. Oh, we got lucky with the pulp novels. I never did see how much I sold that antimatter for.
Pull up a chair. What can I do for you?
Just passing through. Hey, what's the scuttlebutt around here?
You know, I did hear a rumor about something. Some old spacer came in, shooting his mouth off. You might want to take a look at these coordinates.
It's like one thing I might want to do on my own time after I finish the main mission is to just take a freighter and like go to every single one of these sort of advice spots. God, I really want to try a bounty, but
See you later.
See you the next time you stop in.
So, what are we playing for?
How about it? You up for a hand or two of dice poker?
how do you get your shirt so white, sir?
Yeah, why not?
Let's roll them.
What have you got?
Oh, man. This is the worst thing that could have happened. Yeah, so now he's forced to...
Let's see here.
He's forced to re-roll those 2, otherwise he loses.
Ah, damn.
Go again?
Yeah, why not?
Right on.
Ready to play? Let's see here. Come on.
One more.
You're not gonna quit now, are you?
Especially if he's gonna mock me like
That
that.
sounds pretty good.
All right, then.
Ready to play?
Yeah, this one's not gonna help me at all. What? Nonsense. All right.
Damn it.
I don't know why I said damn it to that. That's, if I can get turn one of these into an ace.
Well, crap. Go again?
Sure.
I know
That
I
sounds
said
pretty
just one
good.
more. But
Let's roll them.
Let's see what
apparently I can't stop playing dice in this game.
Let's see here.
Yeah, at this point, try for the full house.
Come on, you win.
Yeah, why not?
Right on.
What have you got?
I really do like the fact that sometimes I just, you know, I work specifically so I can lose all of it in in dice poker. Oh, that's ugly. This is not gonna go well.
Nice.
Don't be a sore winner now. At least give me a chance to win my money back.
I think you're ahead of me, my friend, but sure, why not?
All right, then.
Let's see what you got.
Again, this sucks because he's forced into certain... I don't feel comfortable, but let's...
Well, crap.
Cool. I really want to go again, but
That's just luck. Let's go again.
I'm quitting while
again,
I'm
you've been you've been very tolerant.
Bounty detected.
If I ever do that many rounds of 8-ball, I completely understand the. It's a shame that I don't have any combat I'm in right now. But yeah, if I ever do that many games of 8-ball in a row, I completely absolve you of all abuse sent into the chat. Oh, looks like I can't exit because there is a...
Feel free to assist, citizen.
I actually don't think I know who the Steel Rats are.
Sendo.
God, Juno, what are you, blind?
I think that's all the loot too. Alright, so this is where we help. We help on a bounty. I also don't believe I visited Nimpu before, so I should definitely make sure that I stop by a port. Yes, I will stop by the... It's mostly just because the autosave is kind of helpful, and I do have some cargo space taken up, so if we're going to be going into a big fight...
Destination reached. Craft entering the area.
Ah, crap. I went to the mission instead.
All right, kid.
All right, well...
All right, let's check out the chance debris field first, see what's up.
Autopilot disengaged by distress signal.
Sorry, I'm on a job.
This ain't gonna go well for you.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
I don't think these are the hostiles for the mission, though. Please don't shoot the police.
Bounty received.
So at least some of these random bounties are covering up my gambling losses.
Do not decline an offer of assistance.
Damn it, I'm burning up over here.
Oh, wow. We're making money hand over fist. Okay, can't steal the human organs because the troopers will do a contraband scan immediately after. We are headed to we are in a lawless sector, I believe, so this is normally the sort of thing I might be able to sell. But,
Shit.
I need to know my role. So the fact that I haven't gotten an attaboy makes me think that there's an enemy ship somewhere in the area, but at this point, I just want to do the mission.
Hope you wrote up a will this morning.
Destination.
Please tell me this is the
Craft
mission.
entering the area.
Looks like a mess we'll have to clean up first.
All right, I definitely need to do the priorities again, but let's clear out what we can.
Damn commercials.
Oh wow, it's been a while since we've gone against infected. All right, what are we up against here? We're all kind of surrounded. I'll take the ones that are ahead of me first. Good.
Missile inbound.
Juno.
I was hoping I didn't bang into him.
Goddamn, it's good to be queen. Andy here, queen of your heart, queen of dodge, and absolute.
There's so many missiles.
Evaded.
Good. I'm going to close the distance pretty aggressively first. There we go. Probably a little too intense, but we got 2 good hits. He's done.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
that's all of them. I've had a scan running this whole time, and I'm not seeing Tanis. Let's check out the Velo Belt.
Every time you hear that missile evaded, by the way, that's just me hitting the ECM. So that's the right stick.
Destination reached. Craft entering the area.
She could be anywhere in here. I'll start a scan. Hunt around and see if you can find her. You'll probably have to get pretty close.
Oh, a mine. So it looks like it's that piece of scrap up there, but if I go into yeah, we're gonna start going away. So, oh, ow!
Shit.
All right. Nope. I just gotta reorient myself before I go to, yeah, I'm screwing up. Ah, there we go. Gotcha.
I got her. Let's mix it up.
All right, let's take her out. I want her alive, though.
Hostile craft entering the area.
Something tells me I'm not going to be that good at doing that.
Missile inbound.
The blackness beckons.
Missile evaded.
Shit. I'm coming for you.
All right, you know what? Just in case there's some kind of fail if I kill the target. This is putting me in a lot of danger, but I'm going to try and deal with the ads. My worry is that they'll escape as a result of this, but I already weakened the hull a bit, so... Well, Tanis is on my tail now, so...
Missile evaded.
So again, I'm specifically avoiding Tanis now, just to see if there's a surrender. This is also why I'm using the targeting a little bit more often, just so I don't hit the wrong target. Not good.
Missile evaded.
You're as good as dead.
Alright, that's a very unfortunate timing for that reload. Alright, what else are we working with here? Scrim to... And I think Tanis is... nope, there she is. Alright, so we got effectively 4 for me to deal with, and then if Tanis doesn't do anything when the ads are done, I'll just wreck her hull until she cries uncle.
This is far too easy.
Missile inbound.
I don't know what's happened to Sharky, but she doesn't seem to be involved in the fight anymore. Unless that's Tanis. No, let's go for this scrim. Again, I get to do the jousting match while I'm at max shields. It's hard to pass that up. Alright, who is this?
Missile inbound. Missile evaded. Hold full.
I just want to make sure I didn't pick up any contraband by mistake. Nope, we're good. Alright, so, looks like all that time I put into to dealing with the ads, it doesn't count for anything. I might even go full engine, seeing as it's just one target, but... I wanted to empty the clip as early as I could, so I wasted a bunch of shots there. And hopefully that pays off here. Make it work.
There she goes. Come on, Juno. I think that's the last of them.
I'm scooping her up.
Ah, fair.
Got her. Hey, thanks, Juno. Let me send half the bounty to you. This was fun. Us girls gotta stick together.
Sure, Sharky. Sure.
I think that's it for the... Nope, apparently...
Objective complete.
Yeah, there we go. Alright, so let's head back to Sats Manufacturing just to turn in whatever we can. And the big challenge, I mean, I'm not that much over the time that I would normally do, but I did obviously start very late, so I'm not 100% sure whether or not I can do any more missions tonight. But let's see where we sit in the dock. I'll do my best to...
That little rat, Danvers, has made off with a sizable number of my credits in the form of gold bars. Would you be willing to put your skills to use in recovering them?
So many bounties.
Why not?
I can't thank you enough. I guarantee I'll make it worth your while. He's fled to Wyoming. It's a fairly desolate system, but I'm sending his ship's ID codes. I'd check the Laramie Belt or Thane Cloud.
Got it.
Apologies to anybody watching from Wyoming.
Juno Markev coming into dock.
I've probably learned more about U.S. geography from Rebel Galaxy than I have Hearts of Iron 4. Again, nothing... I mean, the Hitchcock Coronas I got a decent price for, but at this point here, I'm just... Yeah, I mean, it's not... I'm not going to beat myself up over a late start. The thing is, for the longest time, I did late starts on Fridays anyway. I just wanted to try and keep a little bit more consistent in my hours. But I... you know, life happens. I do this for fun, so... Alright. So Wyoming's a new system. I mean, that's not that far away from where I am, but I kind of feel like the Brace story is the one that seems to be sort of the main quest line. So I would kind of like to pursue I would like to pursue some of the lower priority missions first. Now, Absconded is kind of neat because it's out of the way. I haven't been to Wyoming yet, and yet I feel like there's a decent little trade route. So Nevada, I gotta remember what the... So Greel Blue Label is best, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to find any sushi grade starfish. Well, yeah, sushi grade starfish wasn't that exciting though. But I seem to remember there was a spot that sold some cheap void. Maybe I'm not remembering that correctly. I suppose the Greel whiskey in Mississippi is my next best. I could have sworn there was a void cellar, though. All right, well, let's try and get to Nevada. I will stop by. So what are we looking at? The Starfish 1490, Greel Whiskey 17, Real Whiskey 25 and the Starfish are 27. I guess the Starfish is the better. Okay. So I'm going to jump straight to Mississippi. I'll try, you know, if there's something on the way, maybe. Something in Arizona. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to do a mission. First things first.
So, what are we playing for?
Want to play? If you win, I've got a sweet piece of kit I'm willing to part with.
Sure. That sounds pretty good.
All right, then.
What have you got? Let's see here.
I mean, I can try and go for the full house, but if I get that now, she gets 2 more tries to beat it, so I'm going to try and go for more kings. I think that's the exact same hand I got. All right.
Let's
Well.
see here.
Damn.
To the winner go the spoils.
Another hand.
Let's get to it.
I'll do
then.
2 more at the most.
Ready to play?
Oh, we're still going for the rocket launcher. All right. I want to just play for money.
Uh-huh.
Let's see here.
All right.
Ah, come on.
Better luck.
Another hand.
You got
ready to
I'm doing this for a part I'm not going to need. Baby steps.
Let's see here.
Whatever, let's just build this. Could be worse.
Man. Oh, I'm having an off day.
Oh yeah, this'll come in handy. Thanks.
I want to see what the real
So, what are we playing for?
I want to see what the real
Hey, how
wages for
about a
this thing
game?
are.
Count me in.
Let's.
What have you got?
I hate it when it's like this.
All right.
Ah, damn.
That's
Well,
it.
Don't feel too.
I'm out. Or now one more.
Let's see what you got.
I sent myself 2 more thinking it was going to be cash, so. The best I can do is hope to tie. Yeah, that's the game telling me that gambling is bad.
That's the way. If you need the practice, see you around.
I'll come by the 50k credits in another way. Oh, hang on. I went to the bar for a reason though.
Hi there. Please, take a seat.
Hey, Surprise 88. Yeah, I mean, one of the things I like the most about Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is that, so this isn't like an Electronic Arts extravaganza where they have the budget and the inclination to give you these like fully realized worlds which are completely unique. Like this is the big idea behind Mass Effect Andromeda, was to lean into the original inspirations for Mass Effect, which was a game called Starflight, and to create this set of sort of procedurally generated worlds that that you could really get into exploring. That's the one thing that BioWare never really was able to capture from their original inspiration. And obviously that didn't happen in the end result. I actually sometimes wonder if like the two most hated games of that, sort of that era, like No Man's Sky and Mass Effect Andromeda had gotten together, what the result would have been, because obviously No Man's Sky had a lot of technology to accomplish that. So the thing is that like Double Damage are very talented developers, as you can clearly see, but it's just not realistic for them to sort of create these, this infinite number of alien worlds to explore. But the thing that I like the most about this is that all of the interesting stuff about being a space adventurer is still captured in this, because each base you go to, it's not just, where do I get my next mission? It's like, I'm going to get drunk and maybe get in a fight, and like, I'm going to gamble. And you have this variety. You can do slots, you can do pool, you can do dice poker. I've been doing pretty poorly at dice poker tonight, but I think what it does is it captures the essence of why this fantasy is an interesting one, right? You're going into space. There's nobody to protect you. If somebody wants to try and take your cargo, you're going to have to use your wits to get out of it. But the other thing that's maybe a little less appreciated by these kinds of games is the fact that all of the different planets and stations you go to should have a different spirit and an attitude. And I think one sort of underappreciated feature of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is how a lot of that personality is sort of communicated through the types of activities you can do in there. And so it's one thing I appreciate quite a bit. And I know some people really don't like mini games.
Yes,
but
I do have some local bounty information, if you have some credits to exchange.
I really feel it's one of the ways that, the personality of my character and the personality of the environment comes through. And so I allow myself some of these ones. Plus, it's fun to practice.
A pleasure. I'll get those coordinates to your pad.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, instead of doing traditional missions, I'll pick up whatever bounties I can on the way to. It was Mississippi where we were going to pick up the sushi grade starfish, and then if we have any leftover cargo space, I'll still pick up some bounties there too. And again, whether or not we do the mission in Wyoming, I'm 50-50 on that because it is getting late. But we'll see. We'll see how much time I have.
Hello. 6 packs, 12 packs.
Come on, let's hear some music. There we go.
Dodge Patrol here. We are initiating a contraband scan. Do not deviate from your flight path. No contraband detected. Proceed.
I don't think I have my reputation with the cops anymore.
I do not like these odds at all.
Right. I'm definitely going to need to use the... Oh! Oh dear. Okay, because I can't aim, let's at least close the distance and then I don't need to worry about my crappy... There we go. Looks like there's a bunch of bounties in here too, so... Really looking forward to the PS4 version? I've heard that a few times. So somebody was saying that apparently it's due out the 22nd, like it's at the end of this month. I'm a PC gamer, so I got... I mean, it was on a... It wasn't a really substantial sale that I got it on, but I think it was the first time that that Epic was offering those will give you a coupon for a certain amount if you buy a game over this value. So the amount I actually paid for Rebel Galaxy Outlaw was... Like, I kind of felt a little bit bad for how little I was spending on it, because I think it's such a good game. But obviously that's money that's still going to Double Damage, so... I'm happy to take my part of the Fortnite money. But, I mean, it's a little bit like when Stellaris got a console version. The fact that there's a whole group of people who are able to play a game that I really enjoy is really exciting. It's also really impressive, like, because we were talking about the fact that this thing's made using an open source graphics engine called Ogre. I actually think it's really exciting that I wasn't really sure how that would, you know, how obviously one way to, you know, to make a game financially viable is to do a console version. And I really don't know how tools like that translate to consoles, if there's a lot of work that needs to be done, or if you know, there's some kind of turnkey solutions for that. So it's really encouraging to see indies like this get a nice big release on a popular console. All right. I kind of feel I'm gonna have to rip this thing apart from weapons.
This is a bad idea.
Oh God.
Missile inbound.
Okay, let's just, you know what? I'm not gonna do that approach after all. I wish I had a third finger for this. I'm just gonna get behind. Oh geez, this is gonna be bad. I don't need speed now. I just need to properly get behind him. This is gonna hurt soon.
Your assistance would be appreciated, citizen.
It's insane that its shields are able to regenerate in the time it takes me to okay, I'm gonna get a little closer. In the time it takes me to reload, they're able to get their shields back. I don't care if it's empty.
Better save it for a special occasion.
This is a special occasion. Yes, I'm sorry I'm in photo mode one more time, but by God, this is a moment to remember. Okay. I won't spend too much time on composition, but I'll do one here. And then something that respects the rule of thirds a little bit more. Although it's, honestly, this is a boring shot. If I put it in a different... Yeah. I'm probably not keeping that one. It would have been nice if I could have more of the ship still inside, but...
Upward tingling in your stomach is satisfaction.
Yeah, super snack. Live from the Colorado system, this is Subspace 76.2, and I'm your wingman, Randall Gotcha. Let's burn it down.
Let me just make sure I got the... Yeah, absconded's the mission I want.
Destination reached.
Let me make sure I'm doing the right... so hopefully I'm going to Dakota. Yeah. Also, I hope that was my bounty. Did anybody remember seeing a notice as to whether or not I got the bounty for that cruiser?
Missile inbound.
Son of a...
Because if not, I basically just got back what I put into it with those like smaller bounties. Guess I got bragging rights too.
I'll tear you apart.
I am very bad at driving. By the way, so if there are cruisers, this implies that there may be dreadnoughts that appear later in the game.
Yeah. Well, that went better than expected.
Autopilot disengaged by craft proximity.
I'd like to chase the bounty, but not...
Destination reached.
The thing is, sometimes the bounties are not hostiles, and so you wind up... Oh, actually, there's one thing I want to try. Right, so I got my EMP javelin still. EMP is not going to do the same thing that that my heat seekers are, but they might be helpful in some of those missions where I get swarmed.
That always gives me such a splitting headache.
Okay, one more jump.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
This is the stinger.
Feel our righteousness.
I swear, we just got off on the wrong foot here.
You can only be absolved with fire.
Craft entering
I tried.
area.
I guess as long as I don't have that capital ship that destroys things automatically.
Low when I was crippled, he lifted me up.
Missile inbound.
No.
So I'm not quite sure where you find out the lore about these guys, but during one of the developers was saying that the whole idea behind the Inviolate is that they believe that
The Church of the Inviolate repudiates your wickedness.
basically that the warp technology is ripping apart the galaxy, and so they're preserving God's creation. But the other thing that they revealed is that they are actually right, that apparently the warp gates are in fact ripping apart the galaxy. So I'd love to know a little bit more about the the idea behind that. I think that's a fun one. I think any time where you have, especially religious, because obviously we, if you were to do this, in the 1920s, you can't necessarily rely on a more secular society. But if you're doing something now, it's. I think it's a fair assumption that in most games, when you have a religious organization, they believe something that isn't necessarily true. So there's a couple of games that I don't really want to say specifically which games I'm thinking of, because for some people, I think that would count as a spoiler. But there are a couple of games that have introduced sort of these religious groups, and the whole point is that they're actually right. They're fringe groups, and they're largely ridiculed by the population. But they actually have a better understanding of what's going on than what maybe the player character does. I always like that kind of touch, just because, again, when you I don't know, it's like any kind of story, right? If you go for the quote unquote obvious choice, nobody's necessarily going to condemn it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the story has to be interesting across other dimensions. And when you reach for something different, or you just upset an assumption that you'll make in terms of a given story, it becomes inherently more interesting. So, you know, here it's like, oh, okay, so warp technology is actually dangerous for the universe. And there's this religious order that seems to be the only one that is appreciating this fact. I want to know more about this religious order. Why are they so clever? Does God exist in this world? You know, little things like that. So I'll do a quick little repair. I think I said I was gonna get the star. Oh, looks like we can fill up the hold. If I would filled up the hold, I wasn't necessarily gonna go for the bounty, but I kind of want to see how it treats beating the pirate lord. So I am gonna take a minute and do another bounty. It just means I'm not gonna be able to pick up any of the goodies.
Any bad guys in these parts that need rounding up?
You bet. Lots of that sort of information passes through here. I might need a little financial consideration, though.
I will buy 1 beer. I see. I need to buy 1,330 worths of beer.
Great. Look for that information on your pad. I'll be sending it along.
Thanks.
By the way, is that Jägermeister? I'm gonna ask for news.
Anything happening I should know about?
Does that say Schattenjäger? Because that could be a reference to Gabriel Knight there. I can't really make it out.
Appreciate it.
I wonder if there's a way I can get a closer look at that. I'll do that off-cast. You'll notice my willingness to like waste time on really trivial stuff at the beginning of cast is very high, and then as I'm getting like at the end of the cast, I'm like, no time for this, no time. Always time for minigames though. I was actually very disappointed there wasn't any 8-ball.
Detected.
Is he really that close? No.
Well, well, fresh meat.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
Oh, you know what? It's entirely possible It's entirely possible I didn't take the Pirate Lord.
Commercials.
Missile inbound.
So it bought me a little time for the ECM, but I think it's still going to connect. Okay, need something a little more peppy. Well, if it can't be peppy, it can at least be loud. Okay, got him. Lots of missiles, unfortunately. Oh, that's right. Okay, he's done. Again, I'm just trying to triage the enemies where I can. Also, if Olaf's still watching, I feel like I owe him Grinder because I think that's his favorite. Although I'll admit, I think my favorite might still be Stinger. Stinger's definitely a really solid default radio choice. It's diverse enough that you don't get bored. Nice.
I think that's the last of them.
Hold full.
Oh, that is so frustrating. I hate that I'm leaving some sushi in the void. Oh, looks like I can pick it up again. Olaf, you're a madman.
Full.
But I appreciate it. I'm actually a little curious. So,
Autopilot disengaged
oh
by
wow,
distress signal.
yeah. So there's multiple bounties here. I mean, I might as well get my money's worth, right? Hell, maybe I could do with the here and now, huh? I remember a day when the ADZE was like a fearsome opponent. Now they just take more shots. I think I fired a missile by mistake.
That's one down.
Okay, good. I'm a little mad that I wasted a missile on that one, but if it's a jackrabbit, I really shouldn't be spending missiles on them. The Greel Blue Label would actually be a really good sale, but I don't want to mess with inventory management that much. Actually, this is it. So the day that Olaf doesn't visit the cast is going to be the day that it's exclusively big band. Maybe a little classical.
Whew. You got my thanks. It ain't much, but I hope this'll help you out.
I wonder how much we got it for that. 4,500, not bad. Definitely covers what I paid for the bounty.
I hope you got insurance.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
So I hope that's the bounty. It's not clear if it is, though. Thing is, like, I like the Grinder, and Stinger, I like Jackal. I just happen to like classical as well as backbeat. So if somebody in chat wants to hear a certain type of music or a certain station more often, or they want to hear a station less, unless, like, the one I'm worried about is when somebody says, like, oh, I really like the big band station, and then somebody's like, the big band station makes me want to, like, makes me want to uninstall my browser. You know, that's a little more awkward. Presumably at that point we just default to blues. So can't pick up those items. I don't know if we get a reward for
That wasn't so bad.
taking that guy out of the fire, but... Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if this means that these are stale bounties.
God damn it. Just what I needed.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
I mean, if it's a bounty, this is just what I needed. Looks like it was.
Bounty received.
Phew.
Destination reached.
I can't believe I didn't even think to check for multiple bounties until now. It makes me wonder how much money I left on the table in the past.
Nice ship you have. I hope I don't damage it too much.
That adjustment was just as much about not overshooting my target as it was about getting shields up, although we are going to have to deal with a few nasty people, so...
Shit.
Maybe we'll get an attaboy from the police for doing this.
Inbound.
Not great. I thought I'd be able to dodge that missile. All right, I believe that is... Oh. that's not necessarily a bounty, but given that we're apparently in a blood frenzy, let's see if we can mop them up.
God damn it. Just what I needed.
Yeah, so it doesn't say bounty detect. Wait a minute. That's a capital ship.
Let me know what you think.
Run for your life! I'll admit, I'm not that threatened by the capital ship so much as I know it will take a long time. So, we'll stop in Nevada to drop off our goods.
Craft inbound.
I hope this is going to the right spot. Yeah, it is. Okay, good.
Craft entering the area.
Nothing hostile, so... I should have checked the map to make sure that I'm not... Ah, damn. I wanted to go through... I wanted to... Alright. Fair enough. Sorry to do this, I just want to take a quick minute and see if I can get a... I wonder if the God rays will fully extend. Yeah. It's a little too much to hope for. Looks nice. I mean, it's not... I'm not gonna save it as a photo or anything like that, but... I wonder if I actually want to see if I can see Juno inside here. Looks like you can. I just want to see how detailed she is, or if she has like a stupid expression on her face. You know what? That's not too bad. Obviously you can't see her holding the controls, but that's a lot more detailed than I would have expected to see inside inside the cockpit. Actually, so again, I'm not going to spend all the time. There's a potentially really interesting shot here where if you hit it on the right angle so that... Oh, actually, maybe it won't. I don't know how flares work if you don't see them on the screen. But I was thinking it might be interesting if you could get like the flare of the sun on the cockpit while you've got her... Like, so it's a portrait of her in her ship. Sort of a very Michael Bay / J.J. Abrams hero shot with lots of lens flare.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
I actually don't have a lot of time for those kinds of shots, but I know they're popular, so... and it's, you know... So it's all well and good to criticize something, but if you can't ape the style, you know, maybe you're just expressing jealousy at not being able to pull it off. I will say, actually, if you want good lens flares, there's a cinematographer who did Curious Case of Benjamin Button, Claudio Miranda, and especially some of his like shorts and his you know, like music video, commercial work. I think especially commercial work. In fact, his website used to have some demos that he was doing, like trying different lenses for different flare effects. He is, you know, I think he's got a really good style that does that particular look well.
That's the last of them.
I think I might jump through Wyoming just to get to Nevada first. We'll see whether or not the game forces an encounter. By the way, I feel really ashamed that I credited the directors with that visual style when it's probably their cinematographers who did all that. Unfortunately,
This is gonna be fun.
I don't know.
Time to get into it.
Missile inbound.
I don't know if either of those directors have a regular cinematographer that they work with. All right, so that's the destination. I am gonna do. I'm gonna jump to Nevada just to get rid of my loot. I'm also kind of interesting to see what kind of a profit I clear on that, because that'll give me an idea about whether or not doing runs like this are worth it. If the if I don't get that much of a profit off of the off of a trade like this, there is a reasonably good argument to say that I should just.
But it will also be a new beginning.
Missile
There's
inbound.
gotta be another way to settle this.
You can only be absolved with fire.
Oh, fine. I'm listening to Satan's music anyway.
Missile inbound. Missile evaded.
Got the missile going by me. That's a shame. I would have taken the shot if I could have got the person who was coming after me in the frame. I actually can't find them. He's vanished. So I know that actually this wide of a distortion sometimes makes people feel sick, so... Alright, not worth pursuing. So yeah, the thing I'm really testing here is to see whether or not I get that much of a profit off of something like sushi grade starfish. If the profit isn't all that much higher than maybe getting a collection of like the average amount that I get from running just whatever scrap I pick up off of firefights, then there's a better argument for me not to do any trading runs in with a small cargo hold and just instead live off the scraps that I pick up from my fights.
Control. Your request is granted. Please proceed to the designated bay.
I think it does calculate the profit for you too, if I remember correctly. It at least did it in the base Rebel Galaxy. Actually, one thing I really like about this, Rebel Galaxy is a really fun game in its own right. But what surprises me so much is how many of the systems in that, like the way missions and commodities trading, I'm really surprised about how well it just kind of jumps out of one game and into the other one. I don't know if there's some changes behind the scenes that they made that I haven't realized, but it's actually pretty, I find it really impressive. Oh wow, this is a really good price for it. I believe that's the gross it's telling me rather than the net, but I mean we paid $1,400 for it, so I mean we're looking at about $1,700 per per sushi grade starfish. I think the big thing that I would want to, that's funny, it says yik yak meat if you look at the icon just down below. The big question on this one, so it's not just the way to think about this in terms of profit is not just what I'm getting per unit, but I also want to consider like if I'm doing intermediate jumps, so I'm doing a bunch of bounties, and I'm picking up ejected pilots, and I'm picking up, you know, whatever cargo those ships were carrying, and I'm making stops along the way, you know, is the amount that I'm getting. So, like, if I would credibly get, like, 3 500 credit commodities, you know, that's worth, or so, like, so let's say it's something simple like iron ore. Maybe iron ore is not going to be 500, but, you know, there's plenty of commodities that are worth 500 is a pretty tame piece of cargo to pick up. So if I could pick those up reliably 3 times in the time it would take me to go from point A to point B, it's actually better for me to just pick up the scrap and not try and do any trade runs when I have a small hold. I'm sorry, I'm at a casino. Of course I need to do dice poker.
So, what are we playing for?
What do you say? Up for a game of dice poker?
Sure. That sounds pretty good.
All right, then.
Ready to play? Let's see.
Okay, he's gonna go for the full house, so...
Let's see here.
Oh, man. You were just lucky.
I think that's all I got time for.
All right. See you later.
This is bounty hunting music.
Destination reached.
It's like getting hit by a truck.
Hang on, there's more than one target? Fair enough.
Destination reached. Resources detected.
Nobody here.
Destination reached. Resources detected.
Well, Danvers, sounds like you've taken something that doesn't belong to you. Drop it now, and maybe I'll let you live.
Radar impaired.
Who the hell are you?
That's what I thought you'd say.
Missile inbound.
All right, here we go. Bogey down.
Missile evaded.
Oh, you are done for, my friend. Oh, he's got a turret. Cool.
Missile evaded.
So I'm just going to keep right on his tail here. Nice and close.
Shit. There's the gold.
So it looks like that counts as contraband.
Gotcha.
Oh, hell, this is a shit show.
All right, better get this back to Orzu.
Okay.
Resources detected.
So I want to be a little careful. Oh, hang on. Is it? Wow, there's nothing here. There's a refueling station, and that's it. Cool.
Objective complete. Destination reached.
Oh, it wants me to go right? No, that doesn't make sense. Tennessee. What? No! This is why I love the autopilot option. I know so many little mini cutscenes doesn't quite do it for everyone, but being able to fast forward to the interesting stuff is one of the things that I think sets this game apart. I actually wish more games would do it. I understand why something like Elite wants to really immerse you, and I respect that decision. But this isn't Elite. I mean, this is about all of the awesome bits of spaceflight sims.
Look what we got here. A couple of assholes.
Autopilot disengaged by hostiles.
Retreat and execute his will another day.
Yeah, fine. I'll be nice.
Where do you go to get mouthwash?
Whoa, calm down there. I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding.
Your sins are not forgotten so easily. Bear witness to the might of the inviolate.
Say to me, don't you find it a little disturbing to navigate the adjusted...
Stupid commercials. Let's see here.
The dilemma that I have with letting one of the Inviolates get away is that they're just going to come back and they're going to do that to someone else. So
Destination reached.
There's a famous road paved with good intentions, but it's not my job to set the galaxy back to
Request received. Automatic
to
landing
rights.
sequence initiated.
By the way, some of my favorite stations are the casino stations. I love the idea of the chips at the top and the bottom, and they just, you know, there's just something about a big, bright, colorful, loud, explosive game that, I don't know, like, I don't even really need to come up with a major justification for it. It's just, this is why we play games. It's fun. It's, you know, there's lots of cool stuff to do, and it's, you know, it's a feast for the senses.
Juno,
Pay me!
Can't thank you enough. You're a true friend. But even friends deserve a little reward when they help one another out.
Appreciate it, Orzu. Maybe look into those hiring practices, huh?
Indeed. Farewell, Juno.
All right, one last game of dice.
So, what are we playing for?
I think we'll call it,
Hey there.
because it's past 3 in the morning now. And obviously I started this cast talking about some fairly grim news and just bad, you know, bad situation overall. I definitely owe you all a big thank you for helping me brighten my mood by sharing this wonderful game.
Okay, then.
This is looking good.
Let's see here.
I can't get them all.
Right on.
Damn. I'm losing my edge.
That is the appropriate way
I'm
to
quitting while I'm ahead.
to finish on Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I do hope you guys stick around for a little bit. It's hard to find someone to host when I go late like this, but we will do our best. Just a quick recap. So I know this isn't everyone's cup of tea. It's worth remembering now that we've finished the aspirant run in Cultist Simulator. I'm going to be freeing up Wednesday and Friday, so there will sort of be a bit of a change in formatting. But I do want to try and eke out a little bit more Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, so I'm slightly inclined towards doing this again on next week. But once I sort of lock into a new game, I might have to put this on the shelf for a little bit. Of course, that gives me a good reason for the next time that I play this to really try and push the main campaign as far as I can. But I think we'll hold off meeting up with Brace. I mean, in one sense, it makes the most sense because I'm reasonably close to it. I was even closer back when I was in Nimpu. But I think I'm going to go to Texas, see what's going on with supply and demand, And once we finish that one, I'll head back to... I suspect probably Xander's going to get in touch with us about that capital ship by the time I wrap that one up. But I think I'll follow the main story missions as far as I can, and we'll start with supply and demand at the start, and then see what my husband has gotten up to out of this one. But like I said, I think all good things must come to an end, and I had a really great time sharing. Oh yeah, we also broke 1 million credits today, so that's another good milestone to end on. One other thing I just want to say, in praise of the game, especially because this is one that I paid for. I've not been given any kind of inducement to stream this game. If you want an idea of what you're paying for, what you're getting for your money, streaming wise, we have gotten almost 35 hours worth of content out of this game, and we haven't finished the main campaign yet. That doesn't mean that it takes this long to do the main campaign. It means that all the other stuff that I've had the opportunities to do have been interesting enough to give me over 30 hours worth of material out of. It's worth remembering I've got a private save on this too, which has probably got about 20 hours in it. So there is, if you like this sort of thing, there is a lot to do, and I am very, very happy that I bought it. I almost didn't buy it because I was like, it's new, it'll probably go on sale, and I really would have missed out on a great chance to have a lot of fun. So if you are this will be where I go a little mercenary on you. If you are thinking of picking this up for PC, you can use that link, and I do get a little bit of money for if you use that. You can also buy it on Humble, and that will... Oh! I seem to have a couple people I might be able to host tonight. But yeah, if you do decide that you want to... if you do decide you want to pick up the game and you want a little money to go my way, you can use that affiliate link, or if you buy something on Epic, you can always just type System Chalk. That does include... What is this? Sorry. That includes things like Fortnite V-Bucks and whatnot, but again, you do not need to do that. That just happens to be if you're already picking something up. And for those of you waiting for the PS4 release, I hope it is a short wait, and I hope you love it as much as I do when it comes out. So let me just see again if my Discord's telling me true things. That's a pity. Okay. For those of you who are just looking for some good tunes, there's a streamer I really like called Kitsch. Used to be called Kitsch22. He's a partnered streamer. Looks like he's doing Club Kitsch, so it's just music that he's streaming right now. Oh, hang on. Well, you know what? I kind of want to host him, but I don't know if he's going to be... I don't know if he's actually going to be doing much chat interaction. So if you feel like some music, definitely check him out. He's a solid guy. And it's just because I'm not 100% sure what he's up to right now. That's the only reason I'm not bring him up. I am, however, going to raid Octavian Zero, who has a fair number of people watching him right now. He's currently doing Path of Exile. He does this professionally. He does Path of Exile quite well. It's not a game that I personally play, but he makes it look really fun, and he's definitely very good at interactivity. He's been very kind with some hosts to the channel before, especially when I do more history-oriented stuff, and so I don't get a chance to host him as often. Again, if Path of Exile isn't your sort of thing, please do check out Kitsch. He is a great guy, and especially because we've had some good music during this stream. If you want to keep the good tunes going, I recommend him. But again, I don't know what the interactivity is going to be, so I'm going for a bit of safety and raiding Octavian. Until next time, I'm going to record another Morrowind episode this weekend. Monday, we're back to Age of Wonders Planetfall. Wednesday, I'm off for the Dirty Rectangles Game Developers Meetup in Ottawa, virtual meetup. And next Friday is probably going to be Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, so I hope I get to see some of you for some of that at least. Until next time, have a good evening, and see you then.